So in keeping with tradition, we are now using yet again an entirely different method of viewing my VODs. I have taken a page out of Twinge's book and started using vodarchive.com. Anytime like I start using any of these services, it's because Twinge pointed me to them. Like, let's be real here. I am such a simp for Dark Twinge. But we have the vodarchive.com. If you do !VODs, it'll give you a link to the site that I am using if you want to play along at home. I've done the same thing that I did last year, which is scroll down until I found last year's retrospective stream. And then we're gonna move on up from there and go over things that are new and things that weren't new. And yeah, it's always a new VOD service because the previous VOD services stopped working. Like, there was the good one that stopped working, so I used the actual like default Twitch page last year, and that's just a mess, really. Nobody wants to have to do that. Twitch tracker is also good. Oh yeah, we did a bunch of Twitch tracker stats stuff last year too, right? If I go to Twitch tracker, you can find me, and we can see some equivalent to whoa, who are these other people? Yeah, no, that's me. Who's this idiot? Who are any of these idiots? Are you kidding me? Who is this? Oh, it's an eye. It's an eye. Created 2014. What? I have imposters? Created 2014. Created 2002 with just like additional random letters at the end? Wow. That's incredible. Emergency meeting, right? Slam that button. Why? Why do these people exist? I'm not important enough to warrant fakers. What is going on? So confusing to me. So confusing to me. Oh no, there's arrows. Some of these arrows have gone down. Oh heck. I can't handle this. This is terrible news. Well, this website looks different. I don't know if this website is like actually different, but it kind of looks different. Highest recorded number of concurrent viewers, 2019. I think this is when I got raided by that one dude who was playing RimWorld. That's just for the week though. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. It actually, I bet it's a rolling average since I haven't streamed it all this week yet. Famous followers. Cool. That's cool. That's fascinating. I had no idea. All right. That's great. None of this matters though. Where's the, like, I wanted to look at yearly stuff, right? This is the whole point of this, is to look at this past year. All time? No, where do I look? Here we go. Here we go. Perfect. Those are the numbers I wanted. My almost completely linear hours streamed here. Pretty good. Last 365 days. That's not too bad either. Active days, 230. That's less than last year. But that's because I actually left the house this year. Stats by month. Oh my god, this is so much to look at. I should have looked at this. I should maybe have looked at this before the stream so this wouldn't be a surprise. Oh well. Pivot tables? I have pivot tables? Jesus Christ, they really give you all of the data. Yo, Garrett, thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Math paralysis. Yeah, dude. This is straight up an accounting stream now. Statistics porn. There's a lot here. There's a lot here. Per hour metrics. This is the wrong stream for per hour metrics. Thank you. I harbor no illusions there. Hours streamed. Interesting. There's this dip that then took a little bit to recover from. Recover. Concurrent viewers pretty much around the same, holding steady at an average 10, basically, over the course of this entire year, which is about what I expected. There has not been a whole lot in the way of growth for this stream. Your per hour is only slightly less silly. Yeah, that's you at least have enough numbers to work with that it's like going to be above 0 after rounding. Followers gain. Okay, cool. Well, I actually lost followers some of these months. Like, overall lost followers. Total follower difference for the month was -2. Wow. Who unfollows people? Yeah, that's a really good question, Devonhawk. I wish I knew what prompted this. Bot follower cleanup? Oh, that's probably it. There certainly were a lot of bots and or people who showed up solely to spam their art portfolios. And, you know, those people being not followers anymore makes probably more sense than anything else. All right, cool. Can I see the same streams? This needs to be this number. Year 2023. Year 2022. No, year 2023. Yes, there you go. Much better. Well done. Forgot the weird artist trend? Yeah. Hundreds of followers, the dozen who show up. It does surprise people who realize they never come to watch, just unfollow. I mean, I guess so. I'm like thinking about my own viewing habits. I have very occasionally unfollowed people, but it's pretty rare. Like, I'm not following enough people that it makes that much of a difference. But every once in a while, I'll look at like my list of follows and being like, I don't know you. I don't remember why I followed you. Do I want to keep following you? Like, that is absolutely a question. Streams by calendar day. Maybe I want to look at games? This might be what I want to look at. Other 53 games. Oh, yeah. Look at how much of this year was Cyberpunk. God, I've played so much Cyberpunk this year. And I'm going to be playing more Cyberpunk next year. It's not like we're done with Cyberpunk. Following for 4 years and haven't watched them once and eventually unfollow. Yeah, that sounds likely. There was a lot of Dave this year. There was a lot of Tunic this year. Fantastic. This wasn't the year in which I played Tunic for the first time. So all of this Tunic is randomizer. So that's pretty cool, actually. We've got a lot of Tunic randomizer this year. Peglin, Industries of Titan. Okay, so games that aren't afternoon games. Cyberpunk splits the difference, right? Need 5 viewers to ensure that TT tracks a stream. Yeah, I think I am hitting 5 more often than not. In fact, I would at this point be surprised if there was a stream that didn't hit 5 viewers. Given that I'm averaging around 10, like 5 seems pretty likely that I'll hit. Oh, it's such a long list. There's so many games. So many games that I played like exactly once. Yo, Inkling, thank you so much for your generosity. And congratulations to Summer54 I hope you appreciate the fantastic emotes you now have access to. I think Summer is Summer one of the Monster Sanctuary people? I know there's like a couple of people that are Monster Sanctuary people that showed up specifically for Monster Sanctuary, and have I don't think come back since then. Oh yeah, show 50 entries, sure. There's not that much more than 50 entries though, right? Like other 53 games aside from the top, so there's like 60 something entries. That's a long list of games though, and definitely once I get past, you know, like the top 20, the actual games don't matter that much, right? Like you get below here, and it's like these are one stream games I have spent exactly one stream on this year. It's like that doesn't matter. Compare? Oh no, we're not comparing to other Twitch streams. That's not a thing. That's not a thing I want to do. I'm cool. You want to see the bottom 3? All right. What games had the lowest stream time this year? Rainbow Step, yep, under an hour. Juggler's Tale and The Room for games that were streamed for about 2 hours or less. There you go. Ignoring the road to paradise. True. Happily ignoring Icy, honestly. Icy was interesting. Like it was doing some cool things, and then it was weird. Are those games I just quit? No, those are games that were short, actually. Rainbow Step was actually just under an hour of gameplay. Juggler's Tale was like 1.7 short, like about 2 hours of game. I think that's right. And The Room also about 2 hours of game. I played it in its fullness to completion, and there was nothing left to do. So that was it. That was as much of that game as needed to be streamed. Zeo Drifter also, like a really short game. 3 hours of Metroidvania. And that was the end of Zeo Drifter. And then Cooks Are Forever, that's maybe a different story. At some point I should come back to Cooks Are Forever, right? At some point I should give it another shot. I should check back in on the CSF Discord and see what they've done with it, like what they've changed, what they're planning on changing, what they want to. Yeah, after it's had some updates, like playing it like the week that it first became available was neat to see what they were doing with it and how they intended it to be different from CSD. But like I think the vision they had for CSF is not the kind of game that I want to be sinking that much time into, right? Like I appreciate the story stuff, but the gameplay felt repetitive enough that I don't think I could have sat through all of the story stuff. But maybe that changes with, you know, the game getting some updates. Ooh, Inscription got me some follows. That's cool. Here it is! Here it is! These are my unfollows. I got unfollows for Frame Dragon's Odyssey, which respect. If I could have unfollowed myself during Frame Dragon's Odyssey, I would have. Unfollows for Overboard? That's crazy pants. That makes no sense to me. You had a text tab open to remind you to reference those silly Icy lines? Yeah, absolutely. This is as good a time as any. There's definitely more stuff that I could have done with Overboard, but I didn't know how much time I wanted to do, how much more of it I wanted to do. Like, there was more stuff, and I didn't want to start charting out, like, my spreadsheet of dialogue trees or whatever in order to be able to, like, figure out what I was doing and when I was doing it. And I felt like I got a lot of it done. Not all of it, but a lot of it done. So I was like, all right, this is good enough for what I wanted, I think. I don't know. Not one of Inkle's deepest games. Accurate. I do like that it is quick restarts. Like, the cycle of kind of going through it and being like, okay, let's try again, is really, really smooth. Like, it's very good. You know, we should probably be talking about games as they come up, rather than, like, picking and choosing, oh, this game was good, let's talk about it. Does Steve achievements give a sense of how complete it was? I don't know, actually. What is my achievement list for Overboard? I got less than half of the achievements, actually. There's a bunch of achievements for like doing not only a specific thing, but a specific thing in a certain amount of game time. And then there's also, like, I was not intending to kill everybody, but there are achievements for killing X number of people in that game. Highland Story. I don't know what Highland Story is. Maybe that is a game I go on to at some point. But yeah, the point of this was to sort of go in order. So we could definitely do that. But, like, also just, you know, chatting about games. It's all good. Inkle's newest game? Oh. Yeah, I don't think I am generally paying attention to new Inkle games as they come out. Imagine going in order. Imagine not getting distracted by chat. God, what a life that would be. Highland Song. Okay. Yeah, like, I think in general I've liked all of the Inkle games I've played, but not in the way that, like, I'm going to be excited about another one, right? It's not like, oh, another Inkle game came out, I can't wait to play it. It's like, oh, that'll probably be fun. As opposed to, like, you know, something more enthusiastic, I guess. Yeah, we I forgot about Twitch Tracker. Somebody mentioned Twitch Tracker, and everything just, yeah, Garrett, good job, Garrett, good job. And everything just completely went topsy-turvy. Yeah, like 80 Days also, it's like, oh man, this was fun. It definitely deserves more game time than I gave it. But that doesn't mean I'm coming back to it. Well, Heaven's Vault is a unique case, right? If Inkle put out another language game, then I would probably give that one 70 hours too. Let's be real here. I know what I like. Yeah, 80 Days was good. I don't know. I think 2 cycles through on 80 Days, and I definitely came out of that feeling like, wow, there's a lot more game in here if I want to put more hours into this game. And I kind of didn't. Like, I kind of did, but also I kind of wanted to do other things, and I just never came back to it. It's kind of how I feel about Overboard. Like, yeah, I could put some more time into it, but I didn't want to put more time into it, like, right then. And I just never came back to it. I feel like that's going to hit me for a lot of these kinds of games. It's like, I'm definitely having fun, like, exploring it. But at some point, it's like, oh, I'm just going to put this down because I'm done with it for now. And then just never come back to it. And that seems like it happens quite a lot, actually. Speaking of, one of the things that I wanted to bring to attention, to point out, is that the 2022 list had a section of revisits, games that I wanted to make a point of coming back to in the next year because I thought they, you know, were fun or deserved it or whatever. I came back to none of them. In fact, none of the things that I said I was going to do in 2023 got done. With the exception of the announcement role. I did set up the role on my Discord that is an announcement. So, like, if people want to opt into getting pinged when I go live, that is the only thing that I did this year. What was on that list? Let me bring it up. So there was like the ratings, right? And then there was a series of revisits. Backpack Hero, Across the Obelisk, and They Are Billions. And I'm pretty sure I did none of these. I'm pretty sure I did none of these in 2023. And then I also said something about, I had like a verbal note that I made close to the start of the stream of like, I want to be better at doing highlights and clips, and absolutely did not. Most assuredly was not better about making highlights and clips. But that is a great note to start 2024 on. Just letting you all know, here are a bunch of things that didn't happen, but maybe next year, you know? It's a new year. It's a time to fail a whole new set of responsibilities. It'll be great. It'll be great. So where did we actually get to here? There's like a bunch of revisit stuff before we get to anything new. Apparently like my last Vault of the Void stream was this January Vault of the Void stream. Backpack Hero came out of early access. That's true, it did. And it has like a campaign mode or a story mode or something that's like, oh, that seems like a really cool thing. Maybe that's worth revisiting. It probably is worth revisiting. Will I revisit? Probably not without external pressure. Not to say that like I didn't enjoy Backpack Hero. Not that I'm like opposed to playing more Backpack Hero, but it's like every week I'm doing afternoon stream planning, and it's like, I want to play this game, and this game, and this game. And then just week after week, like I don't go back to the other things. Things just fall to the side. With Stackland stuff, I think I lost the save, actually. I might still have the save, but I think I lost the save for the Stacklands DLC that I was playing before. We're like just about finished Stacklands DLC. Yeah. Downfall I still want to play more of. Downfall I am expecting to still play more of at some point in the near future. RimWorld I think is going to take another expansion before I play more RimWorld. RimWorld's still a very good game, but I definitely go in cycles of interest. Like, my interest will wane after a long enough period. Peglin, of course, always on the list. And then our first new game of 2023, Moonlighter. Y'all remember Moonlighter? I liked Moonlighter. I think Moonlighter... What do I think about Moonlighter? No. I think Moonlighter suffered a bit. It was basically Reciteer, except instead of being anime, it was not anime. And the dungeon system was the kind of like roguelike dungeon system that Binding of Isaac has popularized. Wasn't that a Bond film? Maybe. And I remember like really enjoying getting into the nitty-gritty of like pricing and figuring out, you know, what percentage markup I can put on items, and that's less charm and better combat. Okay, yeah, I'm willing to believe that. I think less charm is subjective, but broadly I agree with you. Moonlighter was kind of grittier, I think, and definitely had less focus on characterization than Reciteer. But also like there's the what am I thinking of? Not like art direction, but like aesthetic direction, I guess. The main Moonlighter theme, leitmotif. I don't even remember the music from Moonlighter. I think I liked it. I have a vague recollection of liking the Moonlighter music, but I don't actually remember any of it. But yeah, the fact that it's not as anime as Reciteer definitely gives it a different feel. And I'm not entirely sure that I like how anime Reciteer was, so that maybe loses it a few points in my in my estimation. I don't know, like, it's actually fairly easy to directly compare Moonlighter and Recettear, but even though they are very similar games, it's kind of still hard to say, you know, overall, which is a better game. I think because both of them are lacking in some pretty severe ways. It's like, which one suffers the least as a result of these lacks? But anyway, Moonlighter, a game I played. Definitely a game I played. I think I didn't play it during the evening streams, though, did I? Well, I mean, it still counts as, like, a completable game experience. So, you know, it's going on the list. And by virtue of being the first game, it is first on the list. Congratulations, Moonlighter. You think Moonlighter's the slightly better game? Recettear has some pretty bad design decisions. Okay. Yeah? Yeah, definitely, like, the mechanics in Recettear are a little more fiddly, for sure. And, I mean, the combat was not really anything to write home about, right? Like, anything outside of the shop was a little unimpressive, I think, for as little Recettear I played, right? Like, I played like 6 hours of Recettear, but then again, like, I've played 6 hours of Recettear and I don't really intend to go back to it, so maybe that says my opinion about Recettear as opposed to my opinion about Moonlighter. Moonlighter's easier to get into, I think. Like, it's just more straightforward about a lot of the things, and the action picks up quicker. So I think I got into Moonlighter in a way that I wasn't able to get into Recettear. Actively bad for wanting to experiment and use different heroes because they all start at level 1. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make it a little rougher. Near pin nonsense? Yeah, that was pretty silly. Yeah, the specifics of the different kinds of customers in Recettear, I think, maybe caused... I mean, I actually suspect that I wouldn't have gone even as deep into Recettear as I did without having Tiff around to explain some of the mechanics and show off some of the speedrun strats about, like, you know, what parts of the game are valuable if your goal is to progress as fast as possible. But yeah, Moonlighter was pretty good. The mechanics are very... Yeah, some of the mechanics are just not explained in-game. The less said about Frayne, Dragon's Odyssey, the better. I think I can immediately put that one on the dishonorable mentions pile. Stop. That game was bad. The game was pretty bad. The tail end of Blasphemous? Apparently Blasphemous lasted across the year mark. Certainly played some amount of Blasphemous. Stardaze. My first Stardaze stream was February of last year. Stardaze was cool. They, yeah, Blasphemous 2 is out and I still haven't played it. I think I own it and I still haven't played it, which is odd for me. So Stardaze definitely goes on the list. Stardaze, certainly a game that I've played. Actually, I'm gonna do this the same way I did this last time. Anything that got an afternoon slot is gonna go on the list, regardless of whether it was my first play, and then I am only going to rank the ones that were first plays. So, Vault of the Void was played this year. Stacklands. Downfall. Rimworld. Peglin, obviously? Obviously Peglin. Honey, I Joined a Cult was the... I played exactly 3 streams of this, and the 3rd stream happened to be after the year mark. Played some Tunic. God, Tunic is so good. Why aren't I just playing more Tunic? Star Days. So, I got through basically a completion in Star Days. I think it was like 20 to 25 hours to get a win in Star Days at the time I played. And I made the point of saying that I wanted the economy to be different. I wanted certain elements to feel more rare. I wanted there to be like a reason to engage in like trading and stuff. And I think within the week after I had beaten the game and put it down, I was like, you know, if these are the things that if they change, I'll come and revisit the game. Within a week, those things were explicitly addressed in an update, and I still haven't come back to it. I have not actually revisited Star Days. But yeah, they like completely overhauled the economy. They made a lot of things rarer. They gave you some incentive to actually interact with NPCs. They gave you like a reputation track that gives you bonuses for trading with actual civilizations instead of just like the random traders that pop by. They overhaul. I don't know that they overhauled combat. They might not have. They fixed some things with the chest bursters, the face huggers, that were really annoying me. Like, I feel like they really changed a lot of Star Days. And it would be really cool to go back and play it again and see what changed and see if there's like more direction, I want to say. I don't think direction is the right word. More pressures, I think, is what I'm looking for. More pressure to do specific things or go in specific directions or like respond to threats or just anything threatening. There just wasn't anything threatening. And don't put it on the revisit list. I'll never get to it. True. That said, I'm putting it on the revisit list. I would, in fact, like to revisit Star Days. Hello, Tiff. We were just talking about you. The gym button is here. Time Spinner Randomizer, that was, in fact, a game I played. So, after all this Star Days stuff comes the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. My god. That was a hell of a game. I really liked Stanley Parable. And I really liked Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Was it my deep regret for not playing all of the games you recommended? No, actually. It was saying how much you helped me get into Reciteer. For all that, I have not played that much Reciteer, even since then. Stanley Parable is so... Yes! Stanley Parable is so good! The fact that there was a gym button is just absolutely absurd. Yeah, I like Stanley Parable. It does have a button that says the player's name. It said my name. I was very impressed. All right, well, that's definitely going above Moonlighter on the list of games I played this year. You feel the tension in chat as I approach the button. And I, all unknowingly, was like, oh, a button that says the player's name. And then it did. I was flabbergasted. I was actually stunned speechless. So good. Rogue Legacy was a game I played this year? Man. I played a lot of Rogue Legacy. Oh boy. Do we start watching clips? Is that a thing that happens? The clips are here. Well, highlights are here. The problem is there's highlights and there's clips, and they both serve the same purpose. And I don't know what I've made highlights of and what I've made clips of. And I don't even know how you are supposed to differentiate between the two. But because they're two different things, like, I don't have access to both of those. Like, I could open up my clips page, I guess. But so much of the clips page is stuff that was, like, accidental clips made by other people. And then there's, like, the occasional good clip made by other people. Yeah, and I highlight the whole VOD to save them for free. Yes, that's also accurate. But you can tell by the length. Anything that starts with a 0 is most likely going to be a this was a cool thing as opposed to a highlight everything. He just wanted to see the gym button moment again. Accidental clips are a full 98% in your experience. That is a lot of percent. I actually had a thing where I was logging chat for timestamps for things that people thought were cool, and I was prioritizing that over prioritizing telling people to make clips. So I think as a whole, my chat is not making clips intentionally. Like, every once in a while, but pretty rarely. I don't understand what causes the accidental extra clip, but... Oh, is it just the keybind? That might be it. But yeah, like, anytime I go back and look through my clips, there is a large percentage of new clips since the last time I looked is a just 30-second clip of nothing. Like, it is a default 30-second clip, titled the same as the stream, and nothing interesting happened in that clip. It's like, don't you have to, like, go into the interface and confirm things? Like, I thought you had to press a button in order for that to become a thing. But apparently not. But yeah, we can watch this again, honestly. This is...
Try it here.
Pretty good.
Alright. Name.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. The button only says the name Jim. But if you want to see your final name, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
I was so lost.
Role players Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along.
Oh my god!
He's asking me to roleplay as Jim. I was...
Forget whoever you are and simply become a person named Jim.
Alright, I can figure this one out. I could probably do it. I think I can imagine myself as a Jim.
Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim. Seizing
Yeah, it's the same hoodie. It's the same hoodie as the retrospective stream last year too.
Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I have never been more Jim in my life. This is fantastic. I'm so happy about this. Oh.
How many times did I then mash this button? I was so excited to have it say Jim a lot of times. Yeah, I think if you don't title it or publish it, it just makes that default 30-second clip. So, like, if you bring up the thing and then just close it, it still makes the clip. It's weird. I don't know why it would do that. Yeah, I think like Tiff was saying earlier, not so much for like the streamer said something and I missed it, but more like, you know, what just happened. Not that I think anybody else would be interested in seeing what just happened, but like, I think I would like to know more about what just happened. Yeah, like rewind a minute. Yep, exactly. Yes, yes. Also agreed, Tiff. But yeah, it seems like if you... I don't know why it autosaves, but yes, it seems like it autosaves that 30-second clip that is the default, and I don't know why. Maybe in addition to whatever else you save. Sometimes it's around like clips that other people have made, like good clips. There's also like the default 30-second clip, but most often it's just like a random 30-second clip of absolutely nothing. Doesn't seem like it is surrounded by other clips, and doesn't seem like there was a reason for that clip to exist. It's just the clip exists. I don't know. Katana Zero. I barely remember this game. This was like you had like a time slow thing. Oh, this was the one where you planned out a full assault. And like it was kind of deterministic, so you just did everything right. I mean, it was just like restarting when you died, but the thing that it was trying to get you to imagine was looking into the future and doing things based off of that, so that you did it all right the first time by getting it wrong in alternate timelines or something. UI is so fragile, too many wanted clips will get lost if it didn't keep them. The other thing about the clips UI is so weird, honestly. Because, like, if you hit the clip button and then close the window that you're clipping from, the new window that comes up can't find the video. So you have to leave the old window open in order to clip from it. Like, I've run into this problem, and it's weird because, like, I am watching my VOD and I want to make a clip from it. So it's like, okay, I can't make a clip from the highlight screen, so I have to go to that that playlist point. Like, I have to go to that timestamp in the VOD in a separate window because I can't do it from the highlight window. And then from that window, I can create a clip. But I have to leave, again, the second window open as I make the clip window. So now I have 3 windows open, all of the exact same point. And for whatever reason, Twitch does not like to pause video in the background. Like, if you pause something and then switch tabs, it'll just start auto-playing. And this I don't understand. This is the weirdest thing. It's got to be a bug of some kind. It's so, right? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Why does it do that? Like, there's no reason for it to do that. So what I have to do is I can't pause. I have to mute it. I have to mute the highlight and then open up a new window in the regular VOD player. And then I have to hit the clip button and then mute that window. And then I can do whatever I'm doing in the clip window to make the clip. And then I have to close the other 2 windows and then go back to the highlight maker. It's the worst user flow. It's ridiculous. Someone should clip that is not gonna be me. I have enough problems with this. It's too long for a clip. Oh, so I have to make a highlight it. I have to make a highlight of the rant about clips. Which is perfect. What a problem. Oh, Twitch. How do people use you? Anyway, Katana Zero was a game I played. Was Katana Zero better than Moonlighter? Katana Zero was a good game. Yeah, that's also a problem, Dark Twinge. It's the same problem. Clip that little part for the highlight with the 3 windows. Yeah, absolutely. I should use OBS to record my process so that people can see me open multiple windows so that I can make the stupid clip of it. I kind of want to rate Katana Zero higher because I know that other people are really excited about it. Like, Katana Zero is one of those games that's like, a lot of people were like, oh, that's pretty good. And then a couple of people were like, this is game of the year. And I don't understand what those people were seeing in it that I wasn't. But it makes me want to rate it higher. Screw those other people. No jokes. I think it did a really good job of what it was doing. But I don't know if that makes it, you know, a superb game or anything. If Moonlighter and Katana Zero rated the same, I think I am putting Katana Zero slightly under Moonlighter. But, like, only slightly. I think they're probably pretty close in terms of the amount of enjoyment I got out of them. We do have a lot of games to get through. That is absolutely a true statement. Hey, look, Industries of Titan. Remember Industries of Titan? I want Industries of Titan to have more replay value, and I don't feel like it does. Favorite dungeon will always be Michael Jordan's house. That is just an incredible sentence. I don't know what to do with that. I'm just going to leave that as it is, I think. Thank you. Yeah, I forgot that was the same hotkey as mute. It turns out it's the same hotkey as mute. So if I want to mute my stream while I have a browser window open, I have to be very careful about how I do that. Blowing your nose is dangerous. Ugh. Anyway, yeah, Industries of Titan. We got, what, like 60, 70 hours out of Industries of Titan? And I want it to have more replay value than it does. Like, I got through the campaign and it was like, I kind of don't really feel the need to play any more of this. But I want there to be more to do in the game, rather than the modes that are available to me. Like, I don't like endless mode. I like having win conditions. But I also want them to be, like, a part of something. So I guess I want there to be more campaign than the amount of campaign that there was. Yeah, I'm not sure what it takes to get more replay value into Industries of Titan. But I wanted to have another reason to play it more than I did. And I couldn't find one. Haiku the Robot. Haiku the Robot was excellent. Haiku the Robot was such a good game. I really, really enjoyed Haiku. It was short, but, like, not short in a bad way, right? It was a complete experience for all that it was, like, what, 9 hours? 9 hours of Haiku? Haiku was pretty good. Possible alternate endings based on choices? Were there choices in Industries of Titan? I don't think there were choices in Industries of Titan. I think you just won scenarios. And you listen to all the cool, like, world-building audio logs of the people that you are interacting with and or people that were around in the world. Destroy your rival or just out capitalism, then? I killed a lot of my rivals, and it definitely did not permanently kill anybody that was relevant to me. I think all of the actual people that I killed were just cat's paws of the overall rival. Choices to not destroy the rebels. That would be such a different game, though, right? Like, Industries of Titan, I think, was trying to be more city builder and less narrative focused thing. Like, the narrative, I don't think there was much of a narrative to Industries of Titan. It was building up so that it could have been. Like, it definitely could. They could have done something really neat with that. But that's not what they were trying to do. And I don't think that was necessarily a bad idea. Like, I like Industries of Titan as, you know, how do I phrase this? As sort of more of a pure strategy game rather than trying to have an overarching narrative. I think they could have done something really cool with an overarching narrative, given all the effort they put in to all of the lore and world building. But yeah, they never did, and I don't think that was ever the point, right? I think the point was to have a cool simulation game, rather than a narrative that they wanted to tell. And I think that's fine, honestly. Like, the focus on the simulation-y game part of it is what made the game as compelling as it did. Compelling as it was. Grammar. That's like, it was really compelling, honestly. Like, I really enjoyed playing Industries of Titan. I just wanted to have more reasons to keep playing it. And I didn't really find any more reasons to keep playing it after the campaign was over. I wonder if I could have started a harder campaign. That would have been an interesting thing to do also. So Haiku. The real question here is, can I rate Haiku the Robot above Stanley Parable? And I'm not sure if I can. Like, I'm not sure if that's legal. Stanley Parable is like an absolutely excellent game, but it is such a specific kind of game that it's really hard to rate against other games. It's like I want my evening games to be more apples to apples, or even apples to oranges, and Stanley Parable is like apples to wrenches. Like, it's so hard to compare other games to Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable is an experience more than it's a game. And I think on that level, it's very, very good at what it's doing. Haiku was a better game than Stanley Parable. I don't know if Stanley Parable was more enjoyable overall than Haiku the Robot. Stanley Parable had a lot of just really impressive moments. Yeah, it's a meta-narrative. God, something is wrong with, like, sinus something or other. Winter was a mistake. Can't believe I live in a place that has seasons. Haiku the Robot was really good, though. Like, really, really good. Such a good Metroidvania. I think I am putting Haiku above Stanley Parable, but, like, it's close. It's close. I think I wanted Haiku the Robot to be longer, honestly. Now my ear hurts. I hate this. Sorry, hold on. My ear is popping, kind of like when you go up in an airplane, there's like that extra pressure. And it's like a little bit painful. This is unusual. This is not a thing that happens to me very frequently. I don't like it. Did my region discover weather? Maybe, yeah. There's never been weather in California before. But somehow this year, this is the true downside of global warming. All right, maybe I'll be okay. Anyway, Haiku the Robot, very good. Oh, now we have all of the room. Remember the room? I'm just gonna put the room down as like the room 1 through 4 as like a thing instead of trying to rate each individual room game, which means I am bringing the room 1 up to the level of the room 4. Like, I am aware that there is enough difference between how these games play out that I am rating the room 1 higher than I might otherwise because the room 4 is a better game. I'm aware of that, and I'm okay with it. Been forcing yawns? Yeah, yawns might help. It was definitely better than the Da Vinci game. It's hard to read the room. It's a skill, you know? You develop it like any other. Like, the room 1 was really basic. And by the time you got up to the room 4, I think it was actually doing some interesting things with the way the puzzles were set up. Like, you actually had to do not as much thinking, but like the hunting for stuff to interact with was more interesting by the time you got to the top end, by the time you got to the room 4. So still, like, less puzzle game and more hidden picture game. But there was a lot more puzzle in the later iterations of the room. When it first came out, no one else was doing escape roomy games that way. That's fair. When did it come out, actually? When was the room released? The room was... I need to go to the store page, don't I? 2014! Oh my god, that's old. When was the room 4? The room 4 was 2021. Wow. Over the course of 7 years. Okay, that explains a lot, really. Like, that is a lot of difference over time. And that is understandable, given that it was quite a few years from 1 to 4. I feel like I was playing games in the same vein as the room 1, but even like with more complexity as like silly flash games, right? There was a whole series of like escape room flash games that were doing kind of what, not the room 1 as much, but maybe closer to what was happening in the room 2. Room 1 was on mobile first in 2012. Okay. Was it the Escape the Room series? I'd believe that. I don't remember the name of the series at this point. I remember there was a lot of them. And I remember they were doing like an overarching, like, kind of creepy narrative thing with those two, although I wasn't paying too much attention to it. My ear still hurts. I don't like this. I may have broken my entire face trying to blow my nose with the headphones in. I'm sure it'll be fine. That might have been it, Mark Mages. I just don't remember specifically. And yeah, I think you're right. I think there was like the concept of an escape, a room escape puzzle game that maybe inspired the actual escape room things. What was the first like publicly available, like publicized escape room? Alcatraz, wow. How long has this company been around? Japan and Europe reasonably simultaneously? Yeah, this is the company, Scrap. And they 2007, and then they brought over stuff into the US starting in like 2012. That pretty much fits the timeline. And then The Room would then be part of like the middle of this trend as opposed to on the forefront of this trend. Hi? Get out of here. Hungary was innovative in that space. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, like the Flash games that I'm thinking of playing, I must have been playing those in like 2002, 2004? Was Flash real back then? I feel like Flash was real back then. When did Congregate become a real thing? But yeah, okay. So The Room was, I'm not going to say late to the party, but hardly an innovator. For all that it looked very pretty. And overall, I think by the time they got to The Room 4, like, they had a firm grasp on what they were trying to do in their space. And I think they did it well at that point, even if The Room 1, you know, even if the early iterations of The Room were kind of bare bones. Like, I think they built up to something pretty cool. That said, it still was more like hidden picture than puzzle game, right? It's more about find the thing to click on and then interact the thing with the other thing than like solving puzzles, really. You joined Congregate in 2007. How the hell do you know when you joined Congregate? Oh, you might have a better handle on when you joined Congregate, since you actually started working with them on Congai or whatever it was. It was iOS Game of the Year. Wild. Well, that's actually pretty cool. Huh. In your account, which still exists. Okay. I believe I also have a Congregate account. In fact, I am positive I have a Congregate account. Where does it say, if I go to my profile on Congregate, does it say when? Oh yeah, September 9th, 2007. Wild. Apparently my location on Congregate is the Arctic North, and my profile says, I was brought up by wolves. Is that something that I put in? Did I do that? I'm not sure that is accurate, but it is kind of funny. I wonder why. I wonder what was going through my head when I set up that profile. Other than wolves are cool. Anyway, all that said, The Room is fine. The Room is fine. It's not bad. It's fine. It is a perfectly cromulent way to kill some time. But it is not a thing that I'm like, oh, you've got to play The Room. Rainbow Step, my 37 minutes of Rainbow Step. This is... I don't remember how I got this. I think either Noirshot or Glittermancer gifted me this game because it looked pretty. And it was... I do hear one has to play Cocoon. That is on my list of things to play in the near future. Cocoon is very good. How dare I? You don't like Simpsons memes? Who doesn't like Simpsons memes? And I think this game was actually somebody's, like, class project. And they put it up on Steam. So, for the life of me, I have no idea how whoever gifted it to me found it. But... yeah, I'm not going to say it was terrible. I don't know that it goes onto the dishonorable mentions list. But it wasn't good. It was kind of pretty. But it wasn't... it was barely even a real game. Yeah, it was either you or Glittermancer in Washot. I don't remember who specifically. I'd have to go through my emails to see, since I was not tracking that separately. You don't think that was you? Yeah, probably not. Probably Noirshot then. Juggler's Tale was good. I remember this one. I thought there was a little... The story had... I didn't like some of the messages in the story. There was a lot of, like... the main character... I didn't add it to the Gifted Me Games Twitch panel. Really? Really? Now I'm curious. Am I making up that it was gifted to me? Am I just lying? Hold. I'm looking at my email, and I am seeing 3 new games that Glittermancer has gifted me. Thank you, Glittermancer. Apparently, I have been gifted some games. Yeah, it was Noirshot. Okay. Thank you for the bits, Glittermancer. I'm going to assume that's Glittermancer. I'm not looking at chat. It was Glittermancer. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. Yeah, email search definitely found it. Decided to pretend I didn't spend my own money on it and throw someone under the bus. I don't even know how much it was. Like, for all I know, it could have been like a $1 game or something. Cool. Well, I'm glad we figured that out. Juggler's Tale. I like Juggler's Tale. I thought Juggler's Tale was really put together. But the story was kind of cringe in a couple of places. Like, there was a lot of, like, go home and listen to your parents, little girl, in A Juggler's Tale. And I'm not even sure that at the end of the day, they said that was bad. Like, I'm not convinced that the moral of Juggler's Tale is that independence against cruelty is good. Great opportunities to get me niche games of questionable quality. Well, you have definitely committed to the bit, Glittermancer. You have gotten me some good quality games too, right? I will never forget that you gifted me Celeste. But wow, you have also gifted some reverse bangers. So definitely questionable quality on some of those. Yeah, Juggler's Tale also had some, like, weirdly difficult parts to it. Like, it was kind of the Limbo style, you know, start on the left side, walk to the right side, and maybe do some platforming and puzzle solving on your way towards the right side of the map. And there were a couple of puzzles that, like, required some really specific timing, or maybe I was just doing them wrong. But there was some parts of it that was, like, weirdly esoteric, like, difficult to get past. I thought the difficulty was kind of out of proportion from those bits to the rest of the game. And I don't know if that was intentional. I don't think it was. So yeah, Juggler's Tale, like, I feel like is kind of on par with, you know, Limbo, Inside, like that whole, games in that genre, sort of shorter, mostly narrative puzzle platformers with, like, a little bit of platforming and a little bit of puzzling, like, just enough to say it's a puzzle platformer, but still mostly a narrative-focused game. Juggler's Tale definitely, like, lighter in the sense of, like, less dark than, like, Limbo, for example. I think, like, probably not quite as good. Still pretty good. It was, like, fun to play through all the way. And the ending sequence was kind of cool. What does that mean for overall? What did I think of A Juggler's Tale? That's a good question. Probably about here. Now I'm thinking about it. Maybe it belongs above Katana Zero? I think there's enough, like, weird problems with A Juggler's Tale that it kind of sets it back a little bit. So this is probably about right. Had the game... excuse me. Had the game been better executed, had the narrative felt a little tighter, I think maybe I would have put it higher up. But yeah, I think this is good. I think that's about right. Played some Monster Train. Monster Train, also a game I would be happy to come back to. Casey's mod. I don't know that I'm going to be coming back to Casey's mod anytime soon. But I want to have a reason to play more Inscription. Inscription's fun. Oh! That reminds me. There is a mod for Inscription that does a full Grimoire campaign. That's a thing I should find and stream. Okay, that's going on the list. I'm gonna put it on the revisits list just so it's on paper somewhere. But I would really like to play that. That sounds very cool. And here we go. Here's Cyberpunk. Where do I put Cyberpunk on the list? God, we have talked a lot about Cyberpunk, and I am still playing Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk really was very good. Still is, in fact. Cyberpunk really is very good. Do I rate it higher than Haiku? I probably rate it higher than Haiku. I think that's true. Especially given, like, how big of an experience it is, how much effort is put into it, like, how much content there is in that game. I think I have to give it at least some kind of nod for just the amount of game that is in that game. In addition to it still being an enjoyable game to play through, just for the mechanics of it. Like, after my how many hours of Cyberpunk? What did it say? How many hours I have? 143 hours of stream time for Cyberpunk 2077. And I am still enjoying playing Cyberpunk. Yeah. Cyberpunk, I would say honestly, Cyberpunk transcends genre. At least a little bit. Because I am still wholeheartedly opposed to the kind of genre that Cyberpunk is, right? I don't really want to play open world games. I don't really want to play FPS games. There's like so many things that Cyberpunk is that on the surface of it does not appeal. And any other game in that genre, I think, similarly would not appeal. And I'm still playing Cyberpunk. Only 4 games I've streamed more than that. Yeah, okay. Wait, what are the 4 games I've streamed more than that? Cultist Simulator. Okay, yeah, that checks out. RimWorld, Oxygen Not Included, and Rogue Legacy 2. And this is not long for this spot. Cyberpunk is very quickly going to overtake Cult Sim. Okay. It's along the lines of other Bethesda games. Yeah, like, I don't have that much interest in playing Bethesda games either. I have never played an Elder Scrolls game, and I'm not particularly enthused about trying to play an Elder Scrolls game. Like, maybe they're better than I think they are. Maybe if I picked up, you know, Morrowind or something, I would really enjoy it. But maybe not Morrowind, maybe Oblivion. Whatever the most recent Elder Scrolls game is. But yeah, I'm just not that enthused about it. I'm not that thrilled about the idea. Skyrim, of course Skyrim would be the most recent one. Yes, I should have known that. Cyberpunk but fantasy, or Cyberpunk but post-apocalypse. I have played Fallout 1 and 2. You know, back when it was a tactics game as opposed to a first-person game. I enjoyed it then. The kind of a tactical RPG. Which makes me wonder why I'm not playing Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate never really clicked for me. Really a whole lot of games I either tried and bounced off of, or just don't have interest in. And I feel like I quite possibly would enjoy, but I'm perhaps irrationally opposed to giving them a shot. Oh, no, I'm thinking about Baldur's Gate 3 as, like, I bounced off of, you know, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Bounced off of, I don't know, Planescape Torment or whatever it is I played. Or tried to play. BG3 is really getting you. That's fair. Yeah, I've been watching people play Baldur's Gate 3. It seems very good, but I'm not particularly interested in trying it. Baldur's Gate 3 is closer to 1 and 2 than Fallout 3 is to Fallout 1 and 2. Sure. But yeah, I'm not treating Cyberpunk as a gateway game, honestly. I am enjoying Cyberpunk for what it is, and I don't think I want to get any deeper into the kinds of things that Cyberpunk is sort of based off of, right? Like, I'm not super interested in trying, you know, Fallout 4 or whatever, or trying out Skyrim. Like, I don't... Although, like, thinking about Skyrim in particular, I suspect if I did try it, I probably would get sucked in. Now that I have played Cyberpunk and been sucked into Cyberpunk, I think I would probably enjoy Skyrim. I think if you had handed me Skyrim before I had played Cyberpunk, I probably would have just bounced off it. But I think now that I've kind of gotten into Cyberpunk and gotten used to... maybe Cyberpunk is a gateway game. But I'm still not particularly strong about... Like, I'm still not that enthused about trying to go to Skyrim or whatever. The next game like Cyberpunk you'll play is Cyberpunk 2. Believable. Believable. Yo, Tametsi! Tametsi's a good puzzle game. You like Tametsi? I like Tametsi. Should come back to Tametsi, shouldn't we? Remember, Tametsi exists. More Star Days, more Peglin, more Cyberpunk, yep. All of the Cyberpunk. Tunic Rando, Timberborn. Timberborn? Timberborn on this list yet? I started a new Timberborn game because they updated a bunch of stuff in it, so we came back to it. Timberborn's good. Starfield into the bucket of Bethesda likes? Yeah, absolutely. I remember this clip. This is some very cyber... Okay, we're gonna watch this one too. This is some very cyberpunk content.
What are we talking about? If they're gonna start shooting... Oh, they started shooting. That means I get to start shooting. They shot first.
Oh god, that gun was so overpowered.
2 heads, 1 bullet.
What a ridiculous gun.
True story.
Is that when I got them?
Okay, it doesn't matter that they weren't shooting at me. They shot first. Right? I don't know who they shot. But,
I like that I got the achievement in this clip also. Like, I like that I got the achievement for killing multiple people with a sniper shot.
Were they just shooting at glass bottles? The way the guy yelled, I assumed he was starting a gang fight, but no, apparently he was just really mad at losing at target practice.
Psychopath? How dare you? Tametsi stream title. Is that what I called it? Is Tametsi a bomb game? I don't think Tametsi's a bomb game. There was the other game that was a bomb game. That was the Less Talking bomb game. That was a good stream title. I was pretty happy with that one too. I don't remember what game it was, but I don't think it was Tametsi. It was Tametsi? Oh yeah, because Minesweeper. Yes. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I was pretty happy with that stream title, for sure. Also, what's up, Ragnar? How you doing? I'm keeping an eye on my phone because I'm expecting my roommate to come back with milk tea at some point. We should play more of the Talking Bomb game. That I keep looking for excuses to come back to Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. And I'm not sure if it's something that I want to host. Like, I want to set up so that I can play the diffuser part and set some experts up. But every once in a while, I would just go trawling Twitch for people that are playing Katane for the first time and being like, hey, you need an expert? Hey, I can expert for you. And I hope I don't get on anybody's nerves as a result. But I really like Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. And I would like to find some excuse to play more of it. I feel like there's not quite enough people interested in doing experting for me that I could necessarily set it up well on my stream. I remember I played with Luticor, like, forever ago. Not that Luticor's been back here. I haven't seen that dude in years, plural. But I wonder, like, if I bet I could find... You had that that modded campaign, right, Dark Twinge? I bet if I get that set up, I might be able to find enough people in my Discord that are interested in doing experting that we could run some bomb game. K-Tane is very good. Oh, I played a game off stream called Bokura. Dark Twinge, if you haven't played this game, I highly recommend you find someone to co-op with you and play this game. It is very, very cool. It is a... I don't know if you've heard of it, but it is a 2-player puzzle platformer where that same kind of, like, interaction as Keep Talking is necessary to solve some of those puzzles co-op. It's really, really, really good. It's got like a lot of emphasis on the story too, which is another reason that I think it would fit pretty well for your stream, Dark Twinge. Yeah, very good game. Highly recommend you find someone else who hasn't played it and play it with them. In fact, anybody. Highly recommend you... mild gore warning? It's pixel graphics, but it gets kind of weirdly gory, like unnecessarily gory in parts of the game. And it's got like a hint of Grief Simulator in there. Like the story is... You have to be ready for the story to get kind of emotional. But yeah, the puzzle mechanics are really good. I was surprised how much fun I had with the game, like talking it out with the person I was playing with. All right, where are we? Speaking of, here is the highlight of me experting for Dark Twinge earlier this year. That was good. That was a lot of fun. Thank you once again, Dark Twinge, for inviting me onto your stream. Played a little bit of CSD. Wow, that's been a while since we've played Cook Serve Delicious. That might be a thing that has to come back at some point. I'll probably end up playing Cook Serve Delicious Remastered on stream at some point. Is that out yet? Hold. Why can I not type? It is not out yet. Okay. Yeah. Remastered is a fantastic name for it. And I'm kind of into the idea of the Cook Serve Delicious 1, like, storyline and overall shape with Cook Serve Delicious 3, like, dishes and mechanics. I think that would be really, really cool. It's planned to release sometime in 2024. Okay. But yeah, that'll be a game I definitely pick up once it's out. Played it after CSF was so bad, that might be the case. Played CSF and then immediately was like, oh, I need to wash the taste of that out of my mouth. I think this was like, oh, I was expecting Cook Serve Forever to have released here, and they pushed it back a week, so I played CSD instead. I've played a little bit of the Entrance Rando Regnar. I think I did a stream of the Entrance Rando, but only like 1 or 2. maybe like 2. It was rough. Like, I didn't really figure out a good way to track some of the information that was necessary on my side. So I haven't played it again since then. Like, most of the time, let's be real, most of the time that I'm playing the Tunic Rando or the Time Spinner Rando these days on stream is because I am practicing for a tournament or for commentary. So unless I am explicitly doing commentary on an ER version of the Tunic Rando, I'm unlikely to be playing the Entrance Rando version. Like, I love that it exists. I enjoyed playing it. Wow, was it ever longer than a base Rando. Like, I can finish a Tunic Rando in like an hour, and Entrance Rando is closer to 4. That said, it would be fun to do another one of those. Could do another one of those on stream. Wouldn't mind. I'd have to feel better about how I'm tracking all of the information that I need to track for it, though, since it doesn't have Hollow Knight's level of inbuilt tracking. And also with how open it is, it's really a matter of finding stuff rather than being able to get to stuff, which I think is really, really interesting. Man, Tunic Rando, such a good Rando. God. Tunic's such a good game. Anyway, Zeodrifter is here. Zeodrifter was really interesting. Look at this. 2 hours and 14 minutes for a, honestly, fully fledged Metroidvania. Like, stripped down, for sure, core Metroidvania concepts, but everything that makes a Metroidvania is here in Zeodrifter. And it was a very good game for 2 hours of gameplay. That said, it was 2 hours of gameplay. It is for sure short. And there's not as much variety in the game as I would have wanted. So, I mean, there's like only so much to explore. There's only so much you can do in terms of non-linearity in a game that size. So, like, absolutely has certain problems associated with the scope. But it definitely delivered on the promise of being a solid Metroidvania in that kind of time frame. That said, that probably puts it about this level, not like up here. I'm gonna call it better than Juggler's Tale. You know what? I'm even gonna call it better than Katana Zero. Am I gonna call it better than Moonlighter? Probably not. I don't know. Moonlighter... I'm thinking about it now. For all that I enjoyed Moonlighter, there's definitely elements of Moonlighter that drag it down in my final estimation. Like, I think I am rating it lower than the amount of enjoyment I got out of it because of, I don't know, because of nebulous factors. This is what happens when you copy paste. Tell no one, Regnar. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. I mean, what? That didn't happen. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel like there's only so high Zeodrifter can be, given how small the scope it is. Did something happen? No, nothing happened. Absolutely not. Been talking about Zeodrifter this whole time. I think this is probably right, but it's close. This is close. There's Zeodrifter, there's some more randomizers, there's some Timberborn. The Last Starship. This is also probably a game that deserves a revisit, but I played it enough in early access that even with additional features in it, I'm not sure how interested I am in coming back to it. Also, what is it with this year and games that look kind of like FTL? Like, why this year specifically? FTL has been around for like a decade. Is that literal? I think it's actually like 8 years. I'm gonna look it up. More than a decade, yeah, 2012. And then, like, this year specifically, I have noticed several games are like, oh, this kind of looks like FTL. I mean, they're doing something different, but, like, kind of looks like FTL. Exactly a decade? Exactly a decade. Mark Majors, what year do you think this is? Because this is... How dare you? But also, I guess now that we're finally leaving 2020, it's, you know, slightly less than a decade since FTL's release. Sheepo. Sheepo was interesting. "2020 is over." I'm not sure. The verdict, the jury is still out. Soon it'll be April. God. "2016 lasted 4 years and 2020 lasted 3. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. I liked Sheepo. Sheepo was really cute. This is the first post-2020 year that feels real. Yeah, kinda. Rogue Legacy Part 45. What's up, Majin Buu? Yeah, there has been a lot of Rogue Legacy on this stream. Rogue Legacy is one of the top 4, right? That's what we determined. Rogue Legacy 2, yep. Rogue Legacy 1. Rogue Legacy 1 was never on this stream, but yeah, Rogue Legacy 2 got a lot of airtime. That is absolutely true. Level 6,000. I don't remember what my top level was. I got to NG plus 12, 13, something like that. High enough that there were, they stopped giving me more crowns. And honestly, getting the extra crowns on the title stream was a big incentive for me. So that they stopped giving me more crowns kind of lost something for me at that point. Plus 27? Jesus. That's a lot of pluses. That's a lot of pluses. Sheepo. How was Sheepo? Sheepo was pretty good. Sheepo was also short. Right? This is, you know, 4.5 hours for all of Sheepo. Loki, want to go back and play more? Start a new file. I got a lot of value out of starting new files on Rogue Legacy. Rogue Legacy 1 anyway. Rogue Legacy 2, I didn't do it so much. But Rogue Legacy 2 has a bunch of different play modes also, which is, there's a certain amount of appeal there. I didn't super like the idea of the one that was like a restricted number of lives, but the one that was like more of a roguelike I thought was really cool, even though I didn't get far in it. And eventually, Far is going to finish modding RL2 to add it to Archipelago. And then, you know... Yeah, RL2 definitely supersedes RL1. I feel like there is not a lot of reason to play RL1 now that RL2 exists. I wouldn't say it sucked by comparison, but Rogue Legacy 2 definitely did everything that Rogue Legacy 1 did better. Sheepo had some challenging parts too, didn't it? Like, for all that it was cutesy on the surface, I felt like it got into some actually really solid platforming stuff with all the various powers. Sheepo was doing some pretty cool things by the end. Where does that put Sheepo on the list? I played... Every SteamWorld game is different, right? Like, trying to say, oh, have you played a SteamWorld game when, you know, what is the one I played? SteamWorld Quest? I played SteamWorld Quest, which is, like, very different from SteamWorld Dig and also very different from SteamWorld Heist. Yes, exactly. SteamWorld Tactics? I didn't even know there was a SteamWorld Tactics. SteamWorld Dig seems like it's a pretty good series, honestly. Like, I would probably try out the SteamWorld Dig stuff. But, oh, Tactics is Heist? Okay. Sure. Yeah, I'm sure it's good. I think it's all just, like, the game developer decided to put all of their games in the same world rather than being like sequels or even related in ways other than the lore. Comfy mother load sort of stuff. Yeah, I think I saw a little bit of one of your Dig streams. I don't know if it was Dig 1 or Dig 2. But it looked like a game that would be interesting to play. I have no idea who Steam Powered Giraffe is, but I'm going to assume that's a point in its favor. They're only like the best band. They're a band of robots? Okay. Steam Powered Giraffe. I mean, that's a hell of a name. I'll grant you that. I think I put Sheepo here. There's like a real big gap between Stanley Parable and Moonlighter, and I think Sheepo does slot somewhere into that gap. Maybe closer to Moonlighter. Oh, that reminds me. I need to watch the new Scott Pilgrim stuff. Is the new thing good? It's animated, right? The new Scott Pilgrim, whatever it is that just came out? Remember Honey, I Joined a Cult? Yeah, that's that was a game. It was actually a game. Yeah. Anime but voiced by the movie actors. Yep, that's what I heard. I should watch it. There's a lot of media I should watch. I don't watch a lot of TV. TV/movies/ whatever. I spend all of my time on my computer playing video games and watching other people play video games. There's a needle drop with new metric as Clash at Demon Head song. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like metric. I'm on board with metric. Metric is very cool. So many hours in the day. So true. Vault of the Void, very good. I can recommend Vault of the Void. I had a lot of fun with it. It does some interesting things with the roguelite deck builder genre. I had a good time with it. I've not played Roguebook, no. That's, Which one is Roguebook? I have like a mental image of Roguebook. Like, I think I remember the aesthetic of it, but I don't think I ever actually played it. Oh, that's the one that Richard Garfield did? I did. I rated Shibo. The overworld map where you have to paint your way across. Yeah, I don't think I ever looked at the mechanics for it. I know that, yeah, I heard that there was a Richard Garfield game, like a deck builder. But I never actually played around with it. I do, in fact, like those games. There are a lot of those games that I have played and liked. Yo, One Step from Eden is on this list. That's another game that, like, would probably be fun to go back to. I don't know if I will go back to One Step from Eden. It's like, it's kind of stressful to play because it's real time, but I love the different interactions and mechanics. Rogue Lords? Oh, sure. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon is definitely a thing that people liked emulating. I don't know how much more One Step from Eden I'd play. One Step from Eden is one of those games that it's like, it's stressful enough to play that I don't know that I could do a full stream of it. I think I want to experiment more with it and see how good I can get from it. I want to play more of this. Yeah, kind of like that. The problem for me with One Step from Eden is, like, I could do 1 or 2 runs, and then I kind of want to do something else. So that doesn't fit super well into the way that I have my afternoon streams usually structured. Right? Most of the time, I want to keep doing one thing for the full stream instead of jumping from one thing to another. So this is the problem I have with Cook Serve Delicious, is, like, at the end of the day, at the end of, like, the Cook Serve Delicious difficulty arc, it's kind of stressful. Like, playing more than an hour and a half, like, I don't really want to play more than, like, an hour and a half of CSD. Because of the amount of focus and effort that is needed to go into doing well in CSD. And I feel like a similar thing applies to One Step from Eden. Competitive One Step from Eden. Like, PvP? PvP One Step from Eden? No, thank you. No, sir. No, I will not. That I would... Oh, boy. That is a lot. That sounds like really a lot. I don't think I could ever get that good. Like, I can see what good at One Step from Eden looks like, and I don't think I have it in me to be good enough to play that game against other people. There's plenty of fighting games that I enjoy playing against other people. I cannot imagine trying to play One Step from Eden competitively. Wow, that would be difficult. That would be real difficult. Respect for people who can process stuff that fast. I would take a lot of practice for me to get to that point, and I don't think I want to put that much effort into it. There's a whole lot of Cyberpunk on my list. Ah, yeah, here's Cook Serve Forever. Another game that at some point I should probably go back to. I don't know when, but at some point I should probably go back to Cook Serve Forever. Might be fun casual against other baddies. Yeah, that's always the problem, right? Is finding somebody against your at your skill level to play with or against. Plate Up is better. They're different games. You can compare Plate Up and Overcooked. You cannot compare Plate Up and Cook Serve Delicious. Those are not even remotely similar to each other. Just because they're both cooking games doesn't mean they're similar to each other. You were thinking of Overcooked. Yeah, okay. I've played Overcooked. I haven't played Played Up, so I don't know better or worse. But I saw people stream it for a bit. Played Up's kind of cool. It seems neat. I like the way that you build up your cafe with it. Like the idea of building up powers and improving the infrastructure. Good chat interaction. That's cool. Yep. Remember that? This one broken seed in Time Spinner. People looked at it. They came back and looked at it. Can change the order. That's funny. They can mess with you. It is a different vibe than CSD. I want to see what it becomes, is the thing, Dark Twinge. Like, in its current state, I want to see more of the story, and I don't want to experience more of the gameplay. But I want to see what that gameplay becomes. Like, I want it to evolve. The cooking typing game? No, that was Chef Squad. I want to see, like, I know that they were taking feedback about, you know, differentiating the dishes and having recipes not feel samey and a bunch of the other complaints that I had when I first played it. And I want the gameplay to get better so that I can experience more of the story. But it's entirely down to waiting for the gameplay to get better. But yeah, I like the characters. I like their dynamics. It seems really cool. I like what they're trying to do in CSF. I just want them to do it in a way that I like more. And I don't know if that's going to happen. But I've got my eye on their Discord. So, you know, as they update it, I am paying somewhat attention to that thing. We had one stream of Signs of the Sojourner, which was not even a full run of Signs of the Sojourner, which I'm sure Tiff is disappointed by. I think we got very close to the end, but I hit the... how did I like Signs of the Sojourner? I enjoyed it. Her favorite color is yellow, so it's okay. Is that supposed to be like a character flaw? Because I think if you're digging for Tiff's character flaws, you might have some other options. What's the number next to the date mean? Number of views. There is the date, there is the number of views, and there is the length of the VOD. You had a conversation during Sojourner about favorite colors. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Dark Twinge. I don't know that I could trust someone whose favorite color is yellow. Like, they might have good taste in other areas, but that's questionable. That's tenuous. I think I liked as much of Signs of the Sojourner as I played. My strategy fell apart, which was a little disappointing. I wanted to be able to win my first run, and I extremely was not in a place where I could win my first run of Signs of the Sojourner. Which is honestly a point in the game's favor, right? As much as I'm like, oh, my strategy didn't work, wah, 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 I also get, you know, moody about games that I think are too easy. Right? Like, beating Cobalt Core on the first playthrough, and then beating Cobalt Core and Hardest on the first playthrough, I was like, oh, I thought there would be more going on. Like, I'm clearly just unpleasable. Like Goldilocks? Yep. So where is my baby berry thing? Where is the rogue building deck like that is just right? Rogue building deck-like? What the hell is wrong with me? No, Signs of the Sojourner is good. It's doing some really interesting narrative things. And the narrative things feel a lot like an Inkle game, a lot like one of those text adventures, like trying to figure out what path you're following and what you're getting as a result. But it's like, if the Inkle game had skill checks, maybe Retropolis counts. I remember I had a lot of fun with Retropolis. I think that's what it is Signs of the Sojourner feels like an Inkle game with skill checks. So it's like maybe in the same vein as like a very different approach to, but in a narrative way, kind of like Long Live the Queen, for example. And I did not see a Highland Song, although it has been brought up already. So I think like Signs of the Sojourner probably deserves more of a play than I gave it, because there's definitely like whole swaths of content in that game that I haven't seen. But like the thing that I was trying to do with my strategy kind of locked me out of a lot of the deeper content. Like I would do well for the first leg of the caravan journey, and then as I got tired, I became completely incapable of carrying on a conversation. And then they added an additional mechanic where people were talking about like loss and grief and stuff, and I was like, I have no time for this. I kind of felt like I was unable to interact with anybody in a reasonable / meaningful way. And and maybe that's a sign of a good game. Like that feels very real, honestly. I think it is really, really surprisingly good at simulating what it's doing. And I don't know what that says for whether or not it's a good game and whether or not I should play more of it. He thought a lot of what Signs of the Sojourner did interestingly was replacing skill checks with a minigame. Okay. I think that's what I mean by skill checks, like player skill check, as opposed to like filling up your bar appropriately so that you have a higher number than the thing you're comparing against. Got a lot out of just playing through it once because it did a lot of things really interesting. Yes, I agree with that. I'm also worried that playing through it again is going to feel repetitive in the way that parts of Inkle games feel repetitive when you go through them again. Like, and then to have to work in order to get through the repetitive parts is off-putting. But maybe the game is open enough that it doesn't feel repetitive when you get through that part again. I don't know. Maybe it feels different. But yeah, I think Signs of the Sojourner, one of those games that I liked more than is necessarily reflected by the amount of playtime I put into it. I think that's where I land on it. And then Puzzle Nights, also a game I played for the first time this year. I played exactly one stream of this, and it's really unlikely that I'll ever come back to it. But it was a neat little puzzle game, and I don't feel bad about the amount of it that I played. But I got to the point here at the end of about 3 hours. I was like, I don't really feel like playing too much more of this right now. And whenever that happens, I never come back to that game. I think this has actually been fairly consistent for me, that I will play a game and I will enjoy the game, but I'll get to a point where I don't want to play more of that game right now, and then I will set it down and never come back to it. January 1st, 2023. Yeah. That's the numbers roll over. It's weird. It's for sure weird. Lorgon was recommending Puddle Knights to you. Puddle Knights is good, I think. I think Puddle Knights is actual good. It's in the same vein as, you know, Snakebird, Steven Sausage Roll, whatever. And it does some interesting enough things with the mechanics, like playing around with it, that I think it's probably would be more interesting to progress through deeper into the game. And I have just never come back to it. Unfortunate, I suppose. You did the same thing with Puddle Knights? It's believable. I think you do that more often than I do, Dark Twinge. I think you have a lot more games than I do, where you have like 3 or 4 hours in that game. You're like, this is a good game, and I don't really feel like playing more right now, and maybe we'll come back to it, and then you never do. To the revisit list? Actually, yeah. You know what? Yeah, let's put Puddle Knights on the revisit list. I'm on board. Also gonna put Signs of the Sojourner on here, just in case that ever happens. But I think that is less likely than Puzzle Knights. Icy. Yep, remember Icy? I know Dark Twinge remembers Icy. Afternoon games suck. Yep. Because I definitely haven't played 160 hours, 212 hours of Rogue Legacy 2. Last time you did analysis, surprised to find you finish about half of the games you play. Okay. The list of good intentions, true. None made the best list. There is no best list yet. Deep regret of making the most annoying cat girl in the world. Accurate. Yes, in fact, you missed... I think a slightly different flavor of that, but yes, that. Next 2+ weeks, put the revisit list in the afternoon slots. I might as well, actually. That's probably a good idea. Actually force myself to revisit all the things that I want to revisit. How do we feel about Icy? Icy was fun, but I don't think it's very good. Starting with 2022? No, sir. That ship has sailed. What was even on that revisit list? Do I still want to revisit any of these? I don't actually want to revisit They Are Billions. I kind of want to revisit Across the Obelisk, but I still don't know if I can actually fit a full run into a stream, which is what is keeping me from playing Across the Obelisk on stream. I do want to visit Backpack Hero, actually. Backpack Hero, especially now, like we've just talked about it. I think Backpack Hero is going on the list also of things to revisit. I know ATO has new stuff. I'm aware. I still haven't played Wolf Wars. Need to think less on each decision? How dare you? I have not visited Teardown. I still have not played Teardown. That doesn't seem like the kind of game I'm going to ever play. Although I am happy for you, Tiff, that you have found the love of your life. I just need to be someone completely different. Absolutely. So what are we doing about Icy? How do we feel about Icy? I played like the more roguelike version of ATO actually, and that was, I think that did fit in a full stream, but your wife, your husband, and Teardown. That's believable. That's believable. I think there was, like, the kind of thing that Icy was doing is the kind of thing that appeals to me, right? Like, I like the idea of meta-narratives. And then Icy having, like, the translation that it had, and, I mean, let's face it, the narrator that it had. As well as the, like, the specifics of the mechanics of Icy, like, just the platforming, the combat. I think brings it down kind of a lot in my eyes. There's also the, like, Icy is a game that is unsure how much it wants to be taken seriously, which is a bit of a problem for me. Like, I appreciate Crack as much as the next guy, but Icy was really inconsistent in what it was doing. And that's like, alright, you know, you find a dev room every once in a while, and it's like, haha, this game is silly. Or, you know, you play a Hempuli game, and you're like, haha, this section of the game is silly. But I wanted Icy to feel more consistent. And there's a lot of things that I wanted for Icy, which I think is probably a sign that I should rate it lower. Didn't commit to the bit. That's the thing, right? Is it's like, in places it kind of did, and then it went back to like, oh no, we're just straightforward, like, you know, this is the protagonist going through and destroying monsters. And then it, you know, switched back to like the lead designer of the game committing suicide for some reason because their wife found out that they were cheating on him. And it's like, well, there was just a lot of parts of the game that were out of left field, but were trying to be part of the same game in a way that didn't fit. Yeah, I didn't commit to the bit, I think is right. And it was just too many different pieces. On top of the mechanics being fine but not great. Rating it pretty low, actually. Like, I just think everything on this list is a more compact and polished experience. Not compact, but like... the kind of polished where there aren't bits that don't fit. Not just like quality of life or better textures or whatever. The meta-narrative was moderately disappointing with occasional high points. Yep. The combat was more enjoyable than you expected it to be. That sounds like you had some really low expectations. Because I did not think much of the combat. Like, it wasn't awful. But I don't remember it being particularly good. And I remember it being unintuitive in some ways. Did I enjoy the combat in the game? I don't even remember anymore. Like, was I having fun running around in Icy? Did I enjoy the boss fights, at least? Like, you'd think I would know this about my playthrough. I think the fact that it just didn't leave that much of an impact maybe means that this rating is appropriate. Like, I remember experimenting a little bit with the controls in the first few rooms and being like, oh, this is kind of cool. But also remember, like, the controls being a little wonky and not being responsive in a way that I felt like they needed to be in order to have that kind of combat feel good. Didn't leave that much of an impact might be worse than was terrible. It's sure possible. After Icy, I played Hi-Fi Rush. Well, I really liked Hi-Fi Rush, but that is a game that kind of outstayed its welcome. There was a lot of Hi-Fi Rush in Hi-Fi Rush. There was like the doors that you couldn't open until you got to post-game, and then you got to post-game and there was like a whole set of doors that you needed to open. And then someone said that once you opened all those doors, there was another similar set of doors that you needed to open in the same way that you had to like navigate each level. Like it was the navigation to get to those doors or even find those doors in the first place was a trial. I had a lot of fun with it until then, though. I remember really enjoying Hi-Fi Rush. Like, I got to the end of it, I was like, I don't think I want to play more of this on stream, but I might play more of it off stream because I like what it's doing. Not that I ever did. And also the writing was really good. I really enjoyed the writing in Hi-Fi Rush. Like Golden Doors, way worse than the Golden Doors. Golden Doors I was fine with. Although needing to find the Golden Doors again was a bit of a trial. It's a good thing there was a map. I think Hi-Fi Rush eventually got you to the point where it showed you which levels stuff was in. Like, not every level had a thing. But even then, it was a struggle to find some of them within those levels. I found like 3 of those doors, right? At most 3. Might have only been 2. And like, I thought the challenge thing that they were doing was really cool. But wow, it was so much of a slog to get to where you needed to go with all the like mandatory combat in the way when you're just kind of tooling around and looking for stuff. Anyway, I really enjoyed Hi-Fi Rush. I thought Hi-Fi Rush was an excellent game. So it puts it in the kind of the upper echelon of what I'm doing here. But, yeah, I was just not ready to commit to the extra content that Hi-Fi Rush had. So I guess I never saw the quote-unquote true ending for Hi-Fi Rush, which is a shame. Like, I think I really would have liked to have experienced all of the rest of the storyline and content that was in Hi-Fi Rush, but I couldn't handle slogging through those levels a couple more times. Yeah. Like that, Tiff. Definitely like that. The parts that are just okay were good the first time through, but then you have to go through them again, and the going through them again part is the part that's the problem. Somewhere in this top 4 is Hi-Fi Rush. Somewhere in this top 4. below Haiku the Robot. I think Haiku the Robot was a better game. For all that it was shorter, Haiku the Robot was just, like, it had a lot of character. I really appreciate the aesthetics of Haiku. Well, the way that they unlocked abilities kind of was like that Cryptomancer, except you still have to go through the old levels in a linear way, through the same puzzles that you've already solved, solving them in the same way, through the same fights that you've already beaten, and now maybe you're better at fighting, you have more tools for fighting, so the fighting is easier. But I never thought that the fighting was more satisfying, even when the fighting was easier. It would have been cooler if there were alternate paths through the levels, so that you didn't have to slog through all of the mandatory fights because you unlocked some ability that let you get, you know, shortcuts. But the only nod towards that was they gave you some treasure rooms that were unlocked with abilities that you wouldn't have the first time through. But, they never let you skip the slog, which is a bummer. I'm waffling about above or below Stanley Parable, I think. Yakuza 0 is an ability you unlock 1/3 of the way through the game where you can avoid fights by just throwing a bunch of money on the ground for the enemies to pick up. That's pretty cool. I appreciate that. That's some quality. Somewhere here is Hi-Fi Rush. I honestly feel that Hi-Fi Rush, the character interactions were abnormally good for how good the rest of the game was. I can't let the gym button sway all of my decisions, Stephen Hawk. Like, I would actually say, despite my complaints about trying to be more completionistic about Hi-Fi Rush, the first playthrough and the writing and character dynamics and general design brings it up above Stanley Parable. Did Hi-Fi Rush have a broom closet? There were closets. Unclear if any of them had brooms. Mostly Hi-Fi Rush had Roombas rather than brooms that you could beat up for points. So I don't know if that qualifies. Not your favorite, but the broom closet ending is up there. The broom closet is pretty good. I agree. God, the Hi-Fi Rush protagonist was such a goon. I love that canonically he was so stupid that reality warped around it. No bucket bottom of the mind control facility. You are asking me for specific answers that I feel like I am not up to being able to give you. Like, I'm not sure I am capable of recalling enough specifics to tell you what my favorites were. I did really liked the pit. Adventureline was really good. There's the pit that you can jump into, and then it has like all the various. If you can remember any of them, those would be your favorites. Yeah, the bottomless pit, the not so bottomless pit, that was probably up there. You like a good bottomless pit? Good. That's an appropriate thing to like. Dave the Diver? Y'all remember Dave the Diver? Dave the Diver is extremely real. Dave the Diver definitely on the list of games what I have played. Dave the Diver, honestly, one of the games of all time. And then Understand rears its head. God, this game was fantastic. Understand was just really, really good. It wasn't Taiji, but it was very good. The clip. Do I have it? Is it a highlight or is it a clip? I guess it's a clip, huh? And now I gotta find the clip? Can't believe you're making me look for clips. Alright, hang on. Hold on. Where is... Here it is. How?
But then,
Here we
what
go.
is the relationship between these two regions? Like, why is this legal? Why does this work? They fit together and make a square? Fucking they fit together and make a square!
I was so mad.
How do you make a square? But then, what is...
This is honestly one of the best clips of my channel. This is so good. This is such a good clip. You've done well, Garrett. I Understand was really a good game, wasn't it? Such a good game. What does that mean for where it goes on the list? I think that puts it here. I don't know. Actually, maybe Understand goes above Cyberpunk. Just because it is so much more my kind of game. Was an afternoon puzzle? I think it was an evening. I think I played it as an evening game. But maybe puzzle games just belong in afternoon regardless. I don't know. I put Moonlighter up here, and I'm pretty sure I played Moonlighter in the afternoon slot. Principal and support games being rated higher than Cyberpunk. That's fair. What is time? That's a very good question. One may as well ask what birds are. We just don't know. I think I put Understand above Cyberpunk. Mostly because of the kind of game it is and the kind of gamer that I am. Like, I don't necessarily think that in a vacuum, Understand deserves to be higher rated than Cyberpunk, but I think I got more out of Understand than I did out of Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk won Best Ongoing Game award. Is this real, or are you making a jab at, or is this a joke? Because I agree. It was like that hard drive article when it released that saying, like, oh, this is the best early access game, and I can't wait to see what it's like in 3 years when it actually releases or whatever. Correct, Lunar Waffles. That is exactly what's happening. Well, there's not 147 hours of content in Understand. They did really win that award. Brutal. What is the criteria for an ongoing game? Is Phantom Liberty coming out enough to make it an ongoing game? But yeah, I agree. It was incredibly unfinished on release. And I'm glad I didn't play it until after they had fixed a lot of the problems with it. Also, I'm not sure how many more problems Phantom Liberty fixed other than just remixing stuff and switching it up. But Phantom Liberty also, I think, made it a better game. They were avoiding saying live service because the other candidates were like Fortnite and Call of Duty. Sure. So, games that didn't release this year, but still had an outsized impact on their player base this year? Sure. That's fair. God, Understand was really very good. But also MMOs. MMOs probably fit there. Okay, we've been going for like 2.5 hours. I'm going to take a quick break here, I think. I had completely forgotten that happened. I'm going to take a quick break here. And refill water, go to the bathroom, etc. But when I come back, the ratings will continue. Ratings will continue until morale improves. So yeah, hang out, and I'll be back in a bit. Thanks for spending your time here, and I hope you're having a good time. Hell yeah. My roommate came through. I got milk tea. Also, hello, I am back. Delicious sugar. All right. So where were we? Most of your tea is milk tea? I'd believe that. But most of your tea is probably not bubble tea. Right? My one actual play of Reciteer? I guess 2 separate streams. This was like an hour of Reciteer, and then I had 1 full stream of Reciteer later. So Reciteer goes on the list as a game I played. There is! You were there, Tiff. You were there for my hour of Reciteer, and then you were there for my 1 full stream of Reciteer later. There is a part 2. God, this is so fucking delicious. Completely unreasonable. It's because it's almost entirely sugar. Am I done or is that coming back? I don't know yet, actually. I think I'm on the fence about it. There's obviously a lot more game to see than I actually played. And there's certainly a whole lot of stuff to be completionistic about. But the combat's not particularly satisfying. And I don't know how interested I am in the rest of it. So yeah, on the fence. If I develop adult onset diabetes, this is why. I want you all to know. No, I never found any other adventures besides Louis. I never got that deep into the game. So, Can of Wormholes, also an excellent game. Holy crap, was Can of Wormholes good. They do feel somewhat different. Okay, that's fair. Other adventures are all different. The gameplay loop of the dungeon stays the same. That makes a lot of sense. Like, yeah, they'd have different abilities, but I'm not sure that the combat would be appreciably different, even if I'm using different abilities to fight them. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'd have to, I think I'd have to rewatch the VOD or play some more in order to be able to answer what it is about it that makes me less than enthused to come back to it. I think it's just that there's other stuff I want to do more, so I don't have a lot of pull to come back to Reciteer. Like, I think I would probably enjoy spending more time with Reciteer, but I don't know that I want to devote a full stream to it. And also there's other stuff that I would rather do. Not sure you could enjoy it now nearly as much as you did back then. That's an interesting thing to say. What about that experience is different for you now? The little wizard boy can change the walking around in the dungeon into pulling a slot machine. Is that better? It's unclear if that's better. So I guess with my my weird distinction between afternoon games and evening games, I have to figure out where Can of Wormholes actually fits. Don't think it's better, but for one of the dungeons, it's optimal. Okay. Less good, but optimal is definitely a thing I don't want in my games. Don't have the same attention span. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm at that same point. Like, don't have as much attention span for RPGs and for like the kind of longer, more involved games that Reciteer is. The way in which it is longer and more involved, because like I can't legitimately say that with my 140 hours of Cyberpunk, right? Wormholes was the evening game played in the afternoon. Yes, that's accurate. I think that's specifically because you gifted it to me, Garrett. Ah, Tiff, 7 Days to End With You is on the shortlist for upcoming evening games. So, depending on game length, sometime within the next couple of months, I think. Yeah, my god, Can of Wormholes was really good. I think Can of Wormholes just straight up supersedes Understand here. The value I got out of the mechanics and the lore in Can of Wormholes, but a lot of your prestige as a game recommender. Sure. Yo, Inkling, thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party. 53 months? Dang, 53 months. You're becoming an elder of the stream. Yeah. You can see the gray beard. That's how you know. Since I'm never going to play Signs again despite liking it. Unclear if that's true. It's possible that that's true. It is on the revisits list, though. So whether or not that means anything is unclear. Did I look at any of the wormy insights? I looked at a few of the insights after solving the puzzle. Thank you, Mark Magus, as well, for the continued support. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party. Becoming a middler of the stream. I don't like that word. I would really prefer it if nobody ever middled my stream. But thank you for your support anyway. Appreciate you being here and keeping me company. At least it's not the one slur of the stream. My god. The one slur. He who oncels. Everybody is pushing the button. Thank you, Darkstar, for dropping that Prime sub here. Very much appreciate it. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party. Pushing the button. Everybody's pushing the button on the thing tonight. Yeah, it's button pushing time. You might as well. Let's sit here and drink my milk tea while people push buttons. You don't have a renewal, but you do. Okay. The cheer is good. Cheers, guy. Appreciate bits. Always appreciate bits. Starting to wish you'd saved your button from the start of the stream. You could have coordinated with people. Nothing preventing you from coordinating with people. Always got to make sure that you're on the same page with the other people who are doing things. I mean, the real trick is you could gift a sub, right? And then that would be just like subbing at the appropriate time. Nothing worse than premature buttoning. Thank you for the bits, Inkling. Very much appreciated. I think having a name like Onceler is potentially worse than premature buttoning. Feel like you've missed the moment now? Yeah, it's understandable. That stuff just passes you by, you know? What are you gonna do? Time Spinner randomizer. You remember the Time Spinner tournament? That was a lot of fun. I want to do more commentary. That is a thing. Okay, this is probably the one thing that if I could grow my internet presence, if I could become more famous, if I could get one thing out of what I've done on Twitch, I would like to do more commentary. Like, I think randomizer tournaments is maybe one of the places that I'm better suited toward it. But, like, other stuff like that, I would like to be able to, Wow, okay, you just actually went in on the hype train. I was not expecting this to happen. I was not expecting this to happen. Thank you, Darkstar, and thank you, Garrett, both of you, for your generosity. Very much appreciate it. And Icarus and Slushy, I hope you both appreciate the fantastic emotes you now have access to. Become a reactions guy. That is certainly one way to do it. Would I commentate my old qualifier tourney runs just to razz on my past self for the mistakes? Absolutely. Absolutely. That would be fun, actually. Commentating over my old VODs and being like, oh, this is what I was thinking at this point. This is what I was thinking at this point. This was a mistake. This is, man, how did I do this? I'd be into that. Regnar, thank you for the bits. Yo, Tiff! Thank you for the sub. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the adventuring party. And now you have the emote. It's a good emote. Yo, thank you all for the bits. Honestly, like, I very much appreciate this. This is the real New Year's experience, right? Gym on gym action. Yeah, actually, the hypest stream of all time. It has literally never been hyper. That's actually true. I've never hit a level 2 hype train before. So, thank you all. Devidoc, thank you for the bits. They do still work, it turns out. I can add more of those. That's a thing I should do. I've never been more hype is maybe how I should phrase it. I've definitely been hyper in the past. With the amount of sugar I consume, it would be hard for me to not be hyper at some point. Like, when I was a kid, I would just mainline Pixie Sticks. Like, I would just, like... I would just eat those honey packets that they use as, like, a condom. I just straight up eat the honey packets. Not, like, the packet, but, like, the honey inside the packet. Very much in favor of sugar. Don't need to react to normal stuff, though. You can do commentary on anything. That is an interesting take on it, Tiff. And, I don't know that that's who I want to be. Pull up random VODs and commentate over them. I guess I could do that, right? Like, find some material and mute it and just commentate over it. And I mean, I could kind of use that to, like, build up a portfolio, at least to show off, you know, whether or not the thing I do is a value add to whatever original material it was. They had a thing where, like, for a Hearthstone tournament, where they wanted you to do, to audition for commentary by bringing up somebody's, I don't remember if it was, like, somebody's random VOD or whatever, but, like, commentate over some gameplay and submit that. Nothing can stop me. There is no incorrect circumstance for it. I feel like maybe we are talking about two different things here, but I appreciate the support, Tim. Regardless of whether the advice is actionable, I appreciate the outpouring of sympathy behind it. Thank you for empathizing with my situation. Tales and Tactics, a game I never came back to. I should probably come back to Tales and Tactics at some point. I played once on stream, maybe twice. I feel like I played once on stream and then played a couple of times off stream just to like mess around with it. And I think that would be enjoyable to play some more. I don't know. I'm not sure that I ever like felt like I had a firm handle on whether or not things were good in that game. If you allow yourself to do something badly, you enable yourself to do that thing well. That's for sure true. I agree with that, actually. Like, sucking at something is the first step to being kind of okay at something, right? Like, you have to start somewhere. And I think a lot of the time that's going to be starting with just doing it. You just do it, and that's how you get better. Depending on the game, you'd say splitting an afternoon half and half between two games is okay. That's another thing that I've been bad at. Like, I want to have a schedule. So if I pick a game to play for an afternoon stream, then I want to play that game for the full stream, as opposed to just being like, okay, I'm bored of this, I want to go do something else. What's up, Signy? How's it going? So I'm like really, I don't like having stuff kind of piecemealed out, or like, I know Dark Twinge has gotten a lot of value out of grab bag streams, and that's not something that I've done a whole lot, and I think it's not something that I like doing because I like. Whoa. I think you haven't heard it too many times because it's a little on the expensive side, Darkstar, and it's on the expensive side because it's on the longer side. But thank you for the bits. Yeah, it's definitely there. The fanfare is real. Iron Furs, thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. My 6 subs and 564 bits. My 14% level 2 hype. Cool. Hype for everybody. Well, thank you all for the support. And every time this happens, I'm always like kind of surprised, but I very much appreciate y'all coming here and subbing and dropping bits and gifting subs to people. And yeah, thank you. Glad to have you all here, and I'm glad you're enjoying yourselves. On the one hand, schedules are the antithesis of whimsy. On the other hand, schedules allow you to go off schedule. Wow, I have never thought about it that way, Tiff. And that is really something. I'm gonna have to meditate on that one. That's one of them Zen quans that you gotta like really internalize. Be more whimsy. I can be as much whimsy as I want, all right? You can't tell me how much whimsy to be. But yeah, I don't actually know how I feel about Tales and Tactics because I didn't really feel like I was getting actionable feedback from the gameplay. Like, I made my decisions and put together my team, and then my team fought the other team, and it was like, oh, cool, I won. And I didn't really feel like I had much information from... How else would... It's not Cone, Garrett. I think it's the... I could be right. I could be wrong. Somebody's going to have to do the work and figure this out. And it's sure not going to be me. But I felt like watching the teams fight, I didn't really get a sense of what I could be doing differently or how I should improve. And it would give you specific feedback too, like, oh, your DPS was split, you should try focusing more, or and some other pieces of like similar advice. But it was always like hard to put that into practice. It was hard to take what it gave you and turn that into like, this is a thing that needs to improve for the next round, or this is a thing that I could have done better and do it better on like a future playthrough. So, like, I think I enjoy playing Tales and Tactics, but I don't think I've ever made a decision that I can then be like, oh, I could make this decision better. I'm just kind of doing stuff. Koan? That's pretty much what I said. Is it actually 2 syllables? You've seen ice cream koan jokes. That sounds about right, actually. So not cone and not quan, but koan. All right, I accept. More Stacklands, more Downfall, and then Sea of Stars. Man, Sea of Stars was frontrunner for Game of the Year, and then fucking Reshan showed his ugly head. There's a lot of things I really, really liked about Sea of Stars. And I'm not going to say that the writing ruined it for me, but the writing definitely made it a good game instead of a great game. I think Sea of Stars did a lot of things right. I enjoyed the combat. I could wish for like a little bit more variety of skills, a little bit more that any of the given characters could do. Like I felt like that was about as bare bones as it could get and still keep character identity. And still feel like you were doing, you know, characters have skills or whatever. So, like, I wish that could have been expanded. I think that, like, I think I would have liked the skill system and talent system and whatever to be a little bit meatier. But that's, like, a minor complaint. The writing is a major complaint. But those might be the only complaints I have about the game. Sea of Stars was, at the end of the day, really still a very good game. I think there is a certain amount of disappointment that maybe makes me want to rate Sea of Stars lower than it deserves. Just because it's really easy to look at it and see what it could have been, instead of seeing how good it actually is. I think that puts it just under Cyberpunk for me for this year. But yeah, honestly, like, Sea of Stars was still a very good game, despite how much of a letdown it ended up being. Everything else about the game was good. Like, so many things about Sea of Stars was good. But yeah, like the way that the story came together in the second half of the game was honestly a huge disappointment. Individual scenes were great. I loved the way the characters were voiced. One take where somebody bounced off it real early. That's interesting. I felt like it was really good at hooking you in the beginning. Although, it was a little slow for some of the initial cutscenes. Like, it took a little bit to get moving. But even then, I was absolutely hooked at the beginning. I think Sea of Stars did almost everything right, honestly. It did a lot of things correct. It did a lot of things not only correct, but well. Like, it excelled in a lot of places. I wish there had been a little bit more meat to the combat. Like, I wish that there was more choice in terms of how characters developed. But that's, like, would have been nice if, and doesn't necessarily reflect badly on the existing systems. But the one complaint I have, the one huge complaint I have, is the writing. Like, the writer for Sea of Stars is the same single writer who did the writing for The Messenger, and the dude is great at dialogue, writes some really, really cool scenes. Individual moments are fantastic, and they just don't come together in a cohesive whole. It really feels like the dude had specific notes that he wanted to hit on the way to the end of the story and couldn't figure out a good way to get from point A to point B sometimes. So he just kind of kludged it and made it work. And that results in some stuff coming kind of out of left field. It results in some characters feeling out of character based on their previous actions. It overall detracts from the urgency and importance of what is going on in the latter half of the game. That said, everything else about the game was great. I really, really, really liked almost everything else about the game. And while this was a big fact, like it's something that stands out to me just because it's such like the story and writing is a big part of an RPG. But there was a lot of game in that game. And all of the rest of it was good and worth playing through. Like, I know I made this same rant on stream close to the end of Sea of Stars. I don't know if I highlighted it separately. I might have. This is the end of Sea of Stars here. This is one particular highlight. Nope. I don't think I highlighted it separately. But yeah, that's where I land on Sea of Stars. Kunai, also here. So yeah, Sea of Stars goes here. Kunai's an interesting one. Kunai, I think I wanted to like Kunai more than I actually did. Like, there were some parts of the game where the difficulty kind of spiked in an unreasonable way. And especially noticeable was a particular boss where, like, phase 2 or 3 of the boss was really hard in kind of a trial and error kind of way. And, the checkpointing system meant you had kind of a long walk to get back to the boss. And then you had to fight through the boss's first couple of phases. And then you had to not quite pick a pipe, but it felt kind of like that. So like that one thing was uniquely terrible about Kunai, but also there were some other points where the difficulty spiked in a way that felt kind of unreasonable for what the game overall was doing. The overall, like, the movement and traversal and stuff in Kunai was pretty good. The writing was a little weird at spots. I'm not sure if that's just translation stuff or what. But I think that puts it a chunk below Haiku. Because, like, Kunai and Haiku are comparable in terms of the experience that I think they're trying to deliver. And Kunai noticeably does not execute as well as Haiku in a couple of different places. So, like, I think that puts Kunai below Stanley Parable. Like, there is a line between Stanley Parable and Shippo, which is, like, great games, good games, or worse than great games, or whatever. And Kunai definitely falls on the lower part of that line, whereas Haiku definitely falls on the upper part of that line. I think Kunai comes in after Zeo Drifter, because I kind of feel like Zeo Drifter didn't do anything, maybe wasn't great, but didn't do anything wrong, whereas Kunai kind of did some stuff wrong, and that detracts from the overall experience. Does that put it below Katana Zero? I think that puts it below Katana Zero. That might even put it below, excuse me, below A Juggler's Tale. But this is where it gets a little bit dicey. This is kind of the next cutoff in general quality. Below Katana Zero. I'll leave it as is. More Can of Wormholes. Arietta Spirits. This was cute. I liked Arietta of Spirits. I think by the end of Arietta Spirits, these could be buckets, they could be buckets. In some ways they are. There's also some amount of, like, better and worse that I do feel comfortable making, and some amount of better and worse that I'm like, I don't know. I'm just going to put it here and go with it. But yeah, I think, like, generally my ranking schema here is, you know, we have one bucket, and then I have another bucket, and then I have another bucket. And then this could be stratified even further, but, like, below this line, I kind of feel like the number of buckets doesn't matter. Like, separating these is an amount of academic that I don't care about. Yeah. It's very tier listy, absolutely. I think Arietta of Spirits, like, I definitely remember bits and pieces of it. Like, I overall remember the course of the play, but, like, I don't remember how much I liked it. Which is a weird thing, I think, to say. Like, did I like it? I think I liked it. I think I enjoyed it. I think I had some complaints, but I don't, at this point, remember what those complaints were. Maybe the end of the VOD will answer those questions. What did I think about this game?
Thanks for hanging out. Let's play a game.
Tell me, me. Was I having a good time? What was my opinion?
Award unlocked. The end of an adventure. Yeah, that's the end of the game. This is everything's out. Everything's done except for the credits.
How did I feel about this? Tell me more.
No question in my mind that Ariette is grounded for life.
Okay, great. There's like a slightly confused cast to my expression here.
Also, wow, did she just go through some shit for an 11-year-old or however old she is?
Think I was stunned by the story without having much of an opinion about the gameplay?
God, what an ending.
Something about her grandma, I think? How do I not remember what happened?
Woof. I don't know that I signed up to have my spirit guide die.
Oh, right, the spirit guide died. Yeah, that's
sounds
terrible.
Miserable. One stream exactly. That was in fact the intent.
I think I should have expected that a game called Arietta of Spirits would have
Yep.
some grief simulator
We're
in
just
it.
broken because it was only repaired in the spirit world.
Please elaborate on your thoughts on the game, sir. Tell me what you thought. Do I have to go skimming? How much, like 4 minutes of this? Hello? Still just watching the ending. Come on, get to it, buddy. What am I paying you for?
Sitting around here later, really. So there's room for a sequel. Doing the same thing in, you know, a modern city instead of in on a backwater island. Now that Argo has come back from the dead after 3 years of who knows what? Well, the game was pretty good. Even if
there we
they
go.
decided to go the grief simulator route for the story.
Game was pretty good. Pretty good game. Is that it? Is all I'm getting out of you? Game was pretty good. Specifics.
And
Come
the
on.
translation was done really well. That didn't feel like a game that was translated into English. That felt like, you know, there was nothing noticeable that was like, oh, this doesn't feel like a native English game. Like,
I
this
do remember
was
the
done
writing
really
of this
well.
game was good. I think I enjoyed the way that
As opposed
these,
to Dave the Diver, which absolutely feels like it is translated. What's next on the agenda? Sea of Stars, my friend. Tuesday, Sea of Stars.
Oh, this is
drops,
prior to
and I am
Sea of
playing
Stars,
it
sure.
day of.
Are you going to tell me anything else about the game? Come on, there's a whole nother minute.
Which is why I specifically chose a shorter game for this stream. I would be paying attention to whatever game.
Third Spirit
Third
Games.
Spirit Games.
Third Spirit
I
Games.
would be paying attention to whatever game they decide to do in the future. Whatever the next game is from this company, I want to know about it. Extreme difficulty mode is now available. Oh boy! Oh boy. Extreme difficulty. I have a continue option? Oh, sure. You fully completed the game in this save slot. This save resets to the events of the last day so you can continue playing. No, that's cool.
What does extreme difficulty look like? I think I'm never going to find out.
Out of this experience. Not feeling particularly invested to go back and find that last cub.
Oh yeah, there was the hunting for MacGuffins, kind of. Hunting for Octoroks or whatever it is. The one lady's kids. This is the Jim React stream you were hoping for. All right, pretty good for a grief simulator. That sounds like it didn't really stand out. Like, I think I like the combat. I remember, you know, you had like a good dodge roll, and then you got to like smack giant wasps with a stick. That was kind of cool. And then there was a little bit of like Metroidvania style gameplay. You know, you get an ability that lets you tear down plants or something. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I remember stuff that I liked about the game. But it's requiring some thinking, right? It's not just immediately, oh, this game was good. I think the game was good. I think that probably puts it somewhere in this range. Above Moonlighter? Above Xeodrifter. Between Xeodrifter and Shibo. I'm going to say slightly higher than Moonlighter because of the writing. I do think the writing was pretty good in Arietta Spirits. All right. I will take my recommendation and assume that I was right when I said things and put Arietta Spirits about here on the list. Sounds good? Sounds good to me. A bunch of Sea of Stars. Here is my one other Reciteer stream. 5 hours of Reciteer. I got as far down as going into the dungeon like once. And then, if I am remembering correctly, I got barely into the merchant tier that mattered. As far as TIFF was concerned. The point at which the speedrun stops trying to be optimal about merchant progression and starts trying to head towards winning the game. Because the equipment is good enough or whatever it is that they do when they try to win the game. I don't actually know how you get to the end of the game in Reciteer. I didn't watch the entirety of the speedrun. But yeah, about to that point. I got, at the end of, 6 hours of Reciteer gameplay, I got to about the point where it's, 45 minutes in on the speedrun? 30 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that? Something like that. 12? Okay, sure. I'll believe that too. Isn't the speedrun like an hour or something like? How much speedrun is in Reciteer? Less than an hour? You did a run recently, right? Did you post it anywhere? I want to watch your speedruns, Tiff. Half of a full story mode run. Okay. Case of the Golden Idol. God, that game was good. Case of the Golden Idol was fantastic. Also, the coffee caramel whatever M&M was fantastic too. What the hell were the name of this M&M flavor? Let's see. What else? Oh, the other new thing. I didn't know these existed until I saw them in the checkout line today. These are cold brew and caramel. Cold brew and caramel. M&Ms. That was it. Why cold brew? Everything is cold brew. Brother gave you a copy of Case of the Golden Idol for Christmas. Fantastic. You should play it. They're coming out with another game soon, right? I saw... You've only done chapter 1 so far? Case of the Golden Idol is really good. I really liked it. Cool. I'm really excited. The only non-review just chatting. Yes, that's accurate. And Case of the Golden Idol is a really good game. Wow. What does that mean for where it goes on the list? Either above or below Cyberpunk. The DLCs I actually think are part of what made that game worthwhile for me, Iron Furs. Like, you get to the end of Case of the Golden Idol, and it's good, and it's involved, and it's satisfying, and the DLCs are like the next step up. The DLCs are great. Like, the DLCs feel like a natural extension of the gameplay and of the difficulty. Later chapters are a little longer and more involved than chapter 1. Oh, significantly. Yes, yes. Absolutely. Chapter 1 is very short and very few scenes, which changes as you get up to higher chapters. Cracking the Cryptic just started playing Golden Idol. Neat. It absolutely is Iron Furs. That is an accurate description. There was like a Thinky Games Twitter account I started following relatively recently because they did a piece on Golden Idol. They had a game jam recently, which had a bunch of like detective style games that are all probably playable on itch.io. I might actually want to do a stream of like going through some of those because those seem cool too. More of this Case of the Golden Idol style gameplay. Thinky Games is a nice guest score too. Right on. 20 minutes into the 54-minute run. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, Case of the Golden Idol. Absolutely in the first bucket. Where is it relative to other things? I think I am overvaluing puzzle games compared to other kinds of games, because the amount of satisfaction I get from being good at puzzle games is higher than the amount of satisfaction I get from being good at other games. So I am putting... I was going to say I'm putting Case of the Golden Idol above Cyberpunk, but I might be putting Case of the Golden Idol above Understand. Overvaluing or just valuing? Overvaluing relative to other people who do not share my values. Like, I am pointing out, not necessarily that it's overvalued objectively, but this is the direction my bias is leaning. Towards valuing these things higher than other people might value them. Oh, yeah, I really did sign Iku. Thank you again for the gift. I think it's just shy of Understand, but like barely. Like this is a really, really hard call to make here. Yeah, Devonok being who Devonok is. This is the point I am trying to make. Damn, we played some good-ass puzzle games this year, though. Overboard is here. How do I value Overboard on this list? I think also I didn't give... I think I mentioned this earlier, but like I don't think I gave Overboard quite as much of a fair shake as it deserved. Like it could... There's more game in Overboard than I played, right? It could definitely support more stream time than I gave it. I don't know that I will... I'm confident I will not give it that stream time. But I don't think that reflects poorly on Overboard. I think Overboard is good. Probably in this range? I don't think Overboard is better than Stanley Parable. Put your Reciteer speedrun PBs in the promotion channel. Okay, cool. They're so old you were still an egg. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, as long as you are willing to share them. Like, that is absolutely a you decision. Complete doing heavy lifting at a VOD title. Yeah, more about I am done playing it than there is no more game left in this game. But it's also like, it's not Overboard Part 1. There's never going to be a Part 2. Dr. Langiskov, the Tiger and the Terribly Cursed Emerald, a whirlwind heist. That was, in fact, about 30 minutes of gameplay. It was probably less than 30 minutes of gameplay. But I did enjoy it. Put it like here. Oh god, why? I don't have that much to say about this. Like, it's one of those cool meta-narrative games. It was pretty funny. I did actually watch that video you linked, Garrett, of Simon Amstell's stand-up. And that was pretty good. Feel pretty normal about all of your speedruns having done before transitioning. Actually isn't a big deal. Okay, cool. That sounds like a completely normal way to feel about things. Backpack battles? Backpack battles. I did exactly one stream of this. I did half a stream of this. Am I ever going to go back to backpack battles? This is one of those games that Celerity has put hundreds of hours into. You love rotating bananas. I, too, enjoy rotating bananas. Half a stream and still called the VOD Part 1. Yes, that's correct. Under the assumption that I might play some more of it. It's definitely a game that would support some more of it. Just unclear. It's the difference between I know I won't play more of this and I might still play more of this. I don't know that I want to play more backpack battles as the game is right now. But it might be something that, like, when it goes full release, I pick it up and put some hours into it. Unclear. This is now... Okay, we've finally gotten to the point here where you can see the original streams as opposed to just the VODs. So, at some point, I'll go through here and we'll see... Yep, here we go. We'll see where the VODs pick up. Strange Horticulture. Oh, Talos Principle. Oh my god, Talos Principle is so good. Strange Horticulture first. Strange Horticulture is on this list. Where on this list is Strange Horticulture? Strange Horticulture was really good, actually. It was kind of low-key. To better balance the two classes, they both lost their starting weapons and gained more starting gold and bag space. That is fascinating. So to better balance, there's only two classes in that game, but to better balance between the two classes, they lost some originality and gave them more starting options. Okay. So their starting equipment is still different, but not that different. They have different backpacks, and they have a small set of uniquely purchasable things. Further cements the theory that the devs know the core appeal of the game is rotating the penny. That certainly seems to be a big part of the game. I feel like Strange Horticulture slots in somewhere around Overboard. Unclear if above or below. Strange Horticulture, it's one of those games where, like, it's got a couple of different pieces interlocking, but several of the pieces are just enough there that it's a mechanic without being fully fleshed out or being particularly interesting, but it's just enough there that you can say that it has that mechanic. And I feel like with Strange Horticulture, it's a little bit to the detriment of the game, but it means that also that it doesn't stray too far outside of the cozy plant identifying part of the game. Right? Like, it's doing almost one thing, and that one thing it's doing pretty well. There's, like, the plant identifying detective game, and there's dealing with the map and solving map puzzles. And then there's also, like, the alchemy thing and the social thing and a little bit of, like, you can make a decision here or there, but all of those other things are, like, barely there. They're enough there that you can see them and interact with them, but not really enough that you can, like, explore there. There's not much to do there. It just kind of is. So it leaves you mostly with the plant identifying thing and the map exploration thing, which are good things. But I think I would have liked if there had been more other stuff in there, but I guess then it would have been a different game, right? Would have been less cozy. I think that puts it here. Hey, you're right. You figured it out. Good job, Google Docs. Is that the first autocomplete it's given me? Or has it given me other autocompletes and I haven't noticed? I think this positioning does a slight disservice to Strange Horticulture. I think Strange Horticulture would benefit from this being a tier list as opposed to a ranking system. Because I think it belongs in the top bucket. But it's hard to rank against some of these other games. Just like Stanley Parable and Overboard are hard to rank against some of these other games. Wow, these really are just stratified by type, aren't they? It's like the puzzle games and the RPG and action games and the talkie games. And then you have the other bucket. Is that really what I've done here? That's kind of funny. Alright. That could be how it works. So, Talos Principle, huh? Where are we sticking Talos Principle 2 on this list? Is Talos Principle 2 better than Can of Wormholes? As if summoned, Shadowed Mage appears. put it number 1,000 on the list. That sounds like you have a different bias than I do, Tiffany. Oh, no fear. It's going somewhere in the top 3. 4. Somewhere in the top 4. You do play as Robot 1000. I wish they had let you choose the robot's name. Right? Out of all the philosophy and all of the questions about agency and greater good and individuality and whether individuality is important, and then you don't even get to choose your own character's name? Like, I agree that would have been harder to deal with all of the voice clips as a result, but they could have given you, like, 4 different choices. And then, like, I guess that would have been a lot of lines to potentially do multiple variations of, but still. Be cool if you picked a name and then everyone calls you 1K anyway. Yes, thank you, game, for respecting my agency. The game's life is in my hands. Are you telling me that the Loan Shark's goons pissed on Cyberpunk? Cyberrug. I do actually think the Talos Principle is a better game than Cyberpunk. It is more my kind of game than Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is a very good game. I think Talos Principle 2 still comes in above Cyberpunk. But, like, obviously, they are very different games. I think it comes in above Case of the Golden Idol, although that's a little bit more questionable. And then this is where it starts to break down, because for all that Talos Principle 2 was a fantastic game, and I greatly enjoyed pretty much everything that was happening in that game, I got more satisfaction out of figuring out the bullshit in Understand and Can of Wormholes. The kind of puzzle solving was different in a way that played better for me in the more esoteric, abstract games. And I think this is an extension of me wishing that Talos Principle 2 went to the same extremes of gameplay and difficulty that Talos Principle 1 did. Which, if I am being objective, probably makes Talos Principle 2 a better game than it doesn't. Like, that makes it more accessible. That makes it, like, on a, not for me specifically, but for gamers in general, probably makes it a better game, that it does, that it's doing what it's doing. But that's less what I wanted out of it. That said, it's got a certain amount of polish and, for example, narrative that these games don't even come close to. I think that puts it here, actually. think this is where I land. Like, in terms of what I got out of it, I think I got more out of Can of Wormholes than I did out of Talos Principle. I'm not sure that I necessarily got more or less out of Talos Principle than Understand, but the scope of what Talos Principle was doing gives it the leg up. And yes, I'm sorry, Devinok. It's just we played so many good puzzle games, you see. Five Step Steve and the sequel N Step Steve. I have no idea what either of those are. Are they related in this discussion in a way that is not just these are puzzle games? Octopath Traveler is here. How do we feel about Octopath Traveler? Does Octopath Traveler even go on this list? Like, I didn't finish it. I'm playing it as an afternoon game. Puzzle games that you think I'd get the same things out of based on what I was espousing. Okay, that's fair. Cyberpunk's narrative crushes all these other narratives. Yeah, but like, I'm not comparing the Understand movie versus the Cyberpunk movie. I'm comparing the Understand video game versus the Cyberpunk video game. I agree. Cyberpunk is a better movie than Talos Principle. But I don't think that says anything about what I'm getting out of those games. And this is my list. I don't know what to do with Octopath Traveler. I mean, play more of it. But, like, I don't know what to do with Octopath Traveler in terms of where I'm putting it on these lists. Do I even put it on an evening list? I can't say that I have necessarily a full opinion of what Octopath Traveler is going to be like. I think I haven't played enough of Octopath Traveler to actually rate it yet. Which is a little weird to say, because I've played a fair amount of Octopath Traveler at this point. DNF until next year, maybe. I think if I were to put it in the evening list based on what I've done in Octopath Traveler so far, it would probably be somewhere around here. Maybe like 10.5 between Overboard and Strange Horticulture. But that's also like, I know there's more stuff in the game that I haven't found, and that stuff may bring the game up for me. And there's more narrative to experience, and that may bring the game up for me. And it might also bring the game down for me, right? Like, maybe there's not any more out of the battle system than what I have currently experienced, and it doesn't get any better than what I've already seen. In which case, there is a lot of game for it to not get any better. So maybe we just don't rate it yet. Do I put the Pale Court on a list? I think this is, like, as a Hollow Knight mod, I don't know that I put Hollow Knight mod on any of these lists. Just stick Hollow Knight at number 1 again. Call it good. Hollow Knight, best game I have ever played in my life. Not exactly true. Hollow Knight, very good. Pale Court, a very Hollow Knight feeling mod for Hollow Knight, which makes it very good. God, Hollow Knight is just really good gameplay. Just the mechanics of Hollow Knight feel super smooth. I love the way that game plays. I never did play Glimmering Realm either. We need to do that at some point. Go back to Hollow Knight and play Glimmering Realm. Yet another Hollow Knight mod that I intend to play at some point. Picking a single best game is too hard. This is why you keep a list of several games that are the best game. I agree with that. I think by that logic, Can of Wormholes and Cyberpunk and Stanley Parable are all the best game. Where does Pale Court go on this list? Does Pale Court go on this list? Okay, yes, Pale Court goes on this list. Where does Pale Court go on this list? It was basically a boss rush with some really cool mechanics, but is basically just a boss rush. Spud is the best sequel of any game. Okay. Your rage is quelled for now. All right. We'll take it. Pale Court probably goes in around here. Quiet disappointment that TP2 didn't get #1. It had some stiff competition for sure. Environmental Station Alpha. This is going to be hard. Team Porpoise 2. Yep. That game of head-to-head marine wildlife. All right. As many ocean animal puns as possible using Team Fortress 2 characters. Go. We got to make this real. I'm over here thinking about Environmental Station Alpha, so feel free to start without me. I have a lot of nostalgia for ESA. The person with all the hats is a whale. That's probably true. Oh my god, I forgot about hats. I never actually played Team Fortress 2, so everything I know about Team Fortress 2 is from memes and YouTube poops. Manatee versus machine. That's pretty good. That is a good tagline for Team Porpoise 2. The fast one is the trout. I'm just imagining like a walrus in place of the heavy like toting along that giant, you know, minigun or whatever. It's a good mental image. It brings me joy. I think Environmental Station Alpha goes here. But it gets an asterisk because it's a replay. I'm not sure if ESA should be higher or lower on this list. It's possible that Carpenter. I get it, because Carp. I think we already decided that he was the Trout. Oh, but instead of an engineer, it would be a carpenter. Making turrets out of wood. Or coral. Or and coral. Wooden coral. Man, I am unreasonably looking forward to Environmental Station Alpha 2. Carpe Noctem. Cult of the Lamb, yep. Cult of the Lamb goes on the afternoon list. That is a game I played in the afternoon. He didn't go to school. Didn't go to school. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Oh, we played some Magic the Gathering. My one Magic the Gathering stream this year was in December. That's cool. That's not going on the list. Cobalt Core is absolutely going on the list. Humanity, who started playing some Humanity. Humanity is going on the list. I think this is the point at which I have not made VODs for the last set of streams. Octopath, this is still TP2. This is TP2. Cobalt Core, Humanity, Cyberpunk, Fury! Ah, Fury. Fury was fun. Where does Fury go on this list? It's still one of those, like, it's kind of in the same vein as Katana Zero. It's mostly combat / boss rush, untroubled by such narrative inconveniences as story. We're not really paying attention to much that's going on outside of the actual mechanics of the game. But the mechanics of the game are pretty good. Probably goes around here. I don't think it gets too much higher than that. Monster Sanctuary, I don't think I can reasonably rate Monster Sanctuary. I'm like all of 2 streams into that game. And that's the full list. That's all the games. Wow. That's all the games. So I guess the next step is to actually try and rate the afternoon games? I'm not sure I want to do that. What if I didn't want to do that? Has it been too long to still consider Systems Twilight for the dishonorable mention category? I'm sure Senna would happily back you up on that, Darkstar. But sure. Systems Twilight can just be a perennial mention. A perennial dishonorable mention. Does Dave deserve a spot in the full rankings? Oh, that's a good question. I guess we have kind of completed Dave the Diver. I don't know, Dave the Diver, it feels like there's too much grind for Dave the Diver to be an evening game, even though it was completable in the way that evening games are. So, I'm not sure exactly. I think if I were to try and rate Dave the Diver on this list, it would probably be around here. Maybe between Hi-Fi Rush and Haiku? Dave was an excellent game, for sure. I could maybe do a buckets for afternoon games. How do I feel about that? I think I'm okay with that. We can have a tier 1 bucket for afternoon games, and then a tier 2 bucket for afternoon games, and then a tier 3 bucket for afternoon games. That feels appropriate. Stardeus. I think Stardeus needs to grow a bit. I think Stardeus actually falls into bucket 3 for where it is the last time I played it. Now, maybe it's grown past that. Maybe it's at the point where it'd be in bucket 2 now. You know what? I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say that Stardeus is a bucket 2 game. Industries of Titan was excellent. My only complaint about Industries of Titan is that I don't have another reason to continue playing Industries of Titan. Tabetsi's excellent. The Last Starship, this suffered from me. I think I very quickly lost interest in the initial iteration, and then after they added kind of a more, a less FTL mode, it had a bit more appeal. But also, like, it's still too much under construction to be a game that I feel good about rating. So I'm going to put Last Starship in bucket 4, unrated. One Step from Eden was excellent. The fact that it is difficult to play does not mean that it's not excellent. Cook Serve Forever, unfortunately, is neither excellent nor pretty good. Sides of the Sojourner was pretty good. Puddle Knights, also pretty good. Didn't quite jump the list to excellent, but, like, maybe it gets excellent later on. It just didn't get there. Dave the Diver was excellent. Reciteer was pretty good. Tales and Tactics, I'm not sure where Tales and Tactics lies. I'm going to say it's pretty good. And maybe it's just not for me. Backpack Battles, is Backpack Battles excellent? How do I feel about backpack battles? It seems like the kind of game that I could play a lot more of, but I don't know if I'm there yet. I'm gonna call it pretty good. Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb's kind of fallen off for me. Like, I really enjoyed the first couple of streams of it, and now I'm not sure I want to go back. I think, like, it's doing some interesting things, but the split focus of the dungeon and the colony kind of detracts for me. Pretty enjoyable for a while. I'm gonna say Cult of the Lamb's pretty good. I think so, Iron Furs, honestly. Like, I am expecting it to get better enough that it'll be worth streaming. But I'm not sure when that'll happen. And I'm supposedly keeping an eye on it. Who knows? Cobalt Core was excellent. Humanity, likewise excellent. And I will refrain from sorting them within their buckets. But I do have a list of things to come back to. So there's that. So yeah, I think that covers everything. I think that covers all of 2023. There's some stuff that I would like to try again. There is, or return to, because I felt like it was unfinished. I don't know who Tom Francis is. There was stuff that I had a lot of fun with. There was stuff that I kind of slogged through, but then it's over. And we've got a whole nother year ahead of us. I'm excited about 2024. I am hoping there will be some real good games, and I am hoping that I will have some good streams, and I am hoping that we will all have some good fun together. I will say that I guess at some point I need to make an announcement about this. But I suspect at some point in the near future, my stream schedule is going to be a little bit more limited. Did I see my most recent gift? On top of all the gifts that Glittermancer sent me today? Oh, you sent me Against the Storm! Against the Storm is cool. I've seen some Against the Storm, and it looks good. Holy shit, Glittermancer, what did you do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games. Glittermancer sent me 5 games, and also Devinox sent me Against the Storm. Oh boy. This is a lot. Some of this looks good, actually. And Against the Storm is fantastic. I already know Against the Storm is fantastic, so I am excited to play that. But alright, yeah, I gotta make sure that all of this is appropriately logged. But yeah, you may or may not know this about me, but I currently don't have a job besides streaming. Not that streaming is really a job. But no money doesn't last forever. So at some point in the near future, I am probably likely to reduce my streaming schedule so that I can continue doing, you know, the living thing. I don't know when that's going to be. I've still got a little bit more buffer. Not a whole lot more buffer, but like a little bit more buffer. Yeah, at some point in the near future, unfortunately, I will probably not have as much time for streaming. Especially in California. Yeah, I'm in maybe one of the more expensive regions of the world to live in. So I suspect the way that looks is I might have to drop afternoon streams completely. I think I started afternoon streams after having been at my job long enough that they would rather I stayed on part-time than quit completely. But then since the start of the pandemic, I have had more time, so I added more afternoon streams, and I think the afternoon stream experiment is going to start winding down until I can find enough money to do it again, is the problem. I might end up being able to do another evening stream depending on how I finagle my schedule, but like evening time is also tight. I don't really like the idea of going back to, you know, Tuesday night streams or story streams and Sunday night streams are afternoon equivalent. But I also don't know how I am going to fit in all the games I want to play when I am streaming significantly less. But yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I don't know what the future holds, and depending on where and how I find ways to make enough money to support my lifestyle, I will probably end up streaming less in order to make that happen. So, you know, heads up, that's where that's going to be at some point. Again, don't know when. I don't have anything lined up at the moment, but it is getting to the point that I need to start looking. So, you know, be warned. And I'll do my best to keep everybody informed as to when I am doing whatever I am doing. So, that much at least I can offer. Also, if you have any ideas for things that I can do that don't interfere with my stream schedule that much, like, I don't really want to go back to full-time, like, 40 hours a week working at tech companies. Like, I can do it. I've done it well for however many years I've been doing it. But, like, I don't wanna? I think it would be awesome if I could get paid to do commentary stuff. I think it would be awesome if I could get paid to do voice acting stuff. Especially if I could find a way to do that in a way that mostly let me keep to the schedule I have. But I think... I'm not going to say it's not likely, but I don't know how to get there from here, I think, is where that comes out. But anyway, that is neither here nor there. I think that is it for me for